System malfunction. Welcome to the future.
Happy Saturday, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. Be getting into the Idaho 4 trip there and back, the route. Something just don't make sense. So we're going to figure that out tonight. What's up, everybody? What's up, Kevin? You got some rest, man? Say what's up. Thank you, Kid Kitty, Pam. And I do apologize for bumping it back. Lost power. Oh, shoot. What's up, Ray? Is that what woke you up, Kevin? Yeah, I like these little tunes here. I like this one right here, too. It's from Royalty Free Planet. All one word. Royalty Free Planet. Good music. You can use them for your streams and stuff too. I just kept getting so many wrist slaps. I was like, dang. And then after the whole crap with Dateline, I was like, yeah, probably a good idea to keep doing that. What's up, SRB? Sweet Caroline. What's up? What's up? Not rested, just awake. So the show was a bomb, man. If you want to hop up, you're more than welcome to talk about it. I got the phone number up there now because I was like, man, I'm tired of everybody's names getting blocked whenever I have to put the phone number up there. So I was like, you know what? Let's just put the phone number on the little banner up on top. I kind of shifted a few things around. So that way we can get the open panel and the phone number so I don't have to block you. So I'm pretty much going to be done putting this thing up. So that way everybody's name is up the whole time and I can still have the phone number and the panel stuff. So there we go. There's the new update from in between the show earlier and tonight. Ooh, this one sounds pretty cool too. Been a rough day. I hear you, man. It's been a rough week for me. I know it hasn't shown through the show, but it's been a very rough week personally beyond the show. But I always try and do what I can to help it not come through the show, not come through what we're talking about, not let you guys get affected by the things that I'm going through. You know, peace, positive. I always like hearing, what you guys have to say. We'll worry about you. All right. So let me see if there's anything breaking going on. Yeah, I know that. I hope everything get better with everybody. I know there's a lot of people going through some things here, whether it's sicknesses, personal stuff, experiences. Good vibes sent to you all. This music's pretty calming. So we are going to. It looks like the family is seeking the D penalty for COVID. burger. We'll get into that here before we get into this Google timeline stuff. Anybody got any plans for the weekend? You guys going anywhere? Any special plans? Monday? We'll be doing part 2 of the episode we did earlier. That'll be coming up either tomorrow or Monday. Not sure if it'll be evening or afternoon. It might even be morning. So I apologize about the chaotic time on that. I'm just trying to get a lot of things done outside of the show and in the show at the same time while I got this holiday break. All right, let me see. Ooh. Now this is somebody. Oh, look at this, guys. Ooh, yeah, I do need to play that video. Yeah, there's a new video. Definitely, I got to show you guys. This is going to be very interesting. I can't wait. I'm just kind of going through all the stuff here real quick. And I believe I went through it all. Yes, I did. Wow. Now that's going to be a good video. I can't wait to get into that one. We're going to get into the News Nation one first, though. And then we'll get into that other one. I'm going to play the first video we checked out of that channel, and then we're going to play the newest one that just came out a couple hours ago. So let me get to my videos here, and we'll start sharing. If anybody wants to hop up, you're more than welcome. How long you got to wait, Kevin? I need to figure out a different way to organize my case folders here, because some of these case folders are just humongous. Maybe I make a folder for the current show or something. I'm trying to go through all these videos every time. It's up to 612 now for Idaho 4. I remember when I first started my show, it used to be just a show folder. There was no it was just the folder, and then when it got to be like a crazy amount, I was like, man, I need to start separating it by month. And so I was separating it by month after that. And then I was like, man, I really got to start separating these cases. And then I started separating the cases, and then now it's like, geez. The progression of learning on the fly when it comes to a YouTube podcast, true crime talk show, whatever you want to call me. Oh yeah, that's another good video to check out. We'll be going into the Google stuff here after a bit. We're going to check out some of these videos here. Great video by Saluthi. I need to show that one again. Where is this video? There it is. Okay, that's the one. All right, we're going to start off with the News Nation one, though, first. This is the victim's family are seeking the death penalty for Koberger. Thank you, SRB. Yes. Yeah, I heard some crazy-ass storms were coming through the southeast. Wood shop all day tomorrow and trying a flea market Monday. What are you making tomorrow, Kevin? It's actually got to wait to hop on, man. I'd like to hear it. Was told I need to start going into work on my nights off. Then the show I saw 20s. Wow. Times are hard right now. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to get a loaf of bread. You know? It was like I was talking to somebody earlier. I was like, man, I haven't had a frickin' egg for so long. And I used to eat eggs like crazy. It's fucking nuts. What's up, Kid Kitty?
Not much. Hope everybody's having a good weekend.
Rain all weekend.
It's been cold,
Oh yeah, what's the
usually
temp?
by like low 60s. Usually by now it's about 85, 90.
Buy chickens, man. That's funny. So, did you get to see that video that we checked out last night of the what if, where the guy was like, "What if," and then he said some facts, and then he's like, "Da da 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 da, what if," and then said some facts, and then da 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 da, what if? Did you remember that video from last night, or did
Yeah,
you had? All right, there's another new video. It's gonna be interesting, but we're gonna check out the what if video before we check out the new video. But we're gonna check out the News Nation one first. Spent 110 in the grocery store yesterday and came out. I know it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's got to be tough to have a small business. You know what I'm saying? Those are the ones to suffer first, is them small businesses, because that's where a lot of the extra spend money comes in. And with the way the economy is, it's tough to have that extra spending money anymore, because you got to spend $110 at the grocery store and come out with only 3 bags. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that happened to me the other day. It's like I went to Aldi's and I couldn't believe how high their prices are anymore. It's crazy.
Yeah, and these are supposed to be the cheaper.
Yeah, it was nuts. I paid like $3.50 for a bag of salad mix. It's like, seriously?
Yeah, it's sad for sure. It's hard. It's
Yeah,
hard to make a damn living right now. And then you got them fighting over a debt ceiling, so that's just going to make things worse. You know? What's up, Kevin Kraft?
What's up, man?
Nothing, man.
hey,
Just chilling.
hey, Kevin.
Wow, this thing's really quiet tonight. What is going on?
What's really quiet? Uh-oh.
Yeah,
It's
where'd he go?
unacceptable in this country, and food is not affordable. But you know what I'm saying? It's going to be the new gold. It's going to be the new, oil. Just like water. Clean water. Because, I mean, hell, look at all these fucking contaminations and shit from all these chemical spills and fires and all this shit. That's affecting our water supply. We're having shortages on the chemicals to treat the water supply. Then you add that with the shortages of food. You go to the grocery store, you can't tell me you go to any of these grocery stores and the shit's not stocked. It ain't stocked up like it was before. So it's like, it, and unfortunately, when you can't afford, then you're having to settle for shit food. Like
Right,
it's just it's definitely it's one of those time periods where people talk about certain time periods in history where shit was fucking hard. It's one of them, and it's probably just gonna get worse.
yep,
Yeah, exactly, Pam. Water will be more valuable than gold. Clean water. Clean water, that is. That would be amazing. I would love to be able to grow my own food on my own farm, you know? That'd be awesome. That'll be my project. The day that this becomes a day job, Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, then I will have my free time will be dedicated to gardening and growing my own food. That sounds like a great plan. You guys ever do any like growing your own food, Kevin or Kib Kitty? You ever do that before?
Well, we did years ago. We had the whole backyard was a garden. I mean, we grew everything, but it got to be too much to take care of when you're working full time, and then you spend your evening when you get home
Yeah,
working
doing
on the
that.
garden.
Right. What about you, Kevin?
I'm just too lazy to do it.
And that's the honesty for the evening, everybody.
I mean,
Give him a
I got so much other stuff going on that I'd like to, but I don't have time. I don't make it a priority, so I ain't even gonna try to deny it.
Yeah, every year we would can 50 jars of hot sauce.
Oh, wow.
That's
It's
all?
like
That ain't
that
very
was
much.
enough.
Yeah, remember the time we couldn't get toilet paper? What was it? Toilet paper
Right.
and hand sanitizer, right? It was
Yeah.
toilet paper
And paper towels.
Yeah. That was at the beginning of the COVID shit.
Yep.
Yep.
I spent my time off because of COVID. I spent my time off making face masks for everybody, all my family, and the daycare center. And
Yeah. I spent my time off recovering from a finger injury.
Yeah.
Table saws will bite, just for the record. And it ain't ever fun.
Do what?
The table saws will bite you, and it ain't ever fun.
I'm sure, man. So did you get to see that? How much did you get to see the what if video last night, Kevin? What if?
I don't think so.
No. It brought up some good shit. And then there's another video that just came out a couple of days ago. It's going to be cool. So what do you got going on Monday real quick? You're doing some
Give me 1 second. I gotta hit a mute on something.
All right. You can grow vegetables in hay bales. Oh, wow.
Okay, I'm back.
Listen to that. Interesting.
And yeah, I have heard of the hay bale trick. It does work.
Huh. Interesting. And no bending over, no weeding. Wow. I'm going to have to try that sometime. That'd be neat.
Yeah, it's something like, I think a bale of hay to do that, it'll last like 2 years, I think it is. Like 2 to 3 years that you can use it to grow out of. What the heck?
Oh, I never heard of that.
My poor phone's dying and nothing's charging it. Why won't you charge? The joys of getting home and going, I don't feel like finding a charger, it'll be fine. There we go. Can you tell I was
Yeah,
a bit
definitely
tired?
find it because there's a lot tonight, especially that Google stuff.
Oh, that's the phone I'm not on, so it's usually the one I use for chat, but it's at 8%, so it's like, yeah, I should probably charge this.
Yep, everybody, you can't see chat right now.
Actually, I can. I've got my
Oh, you
tablet up.
That's what I need. I need a tablet. Like we were watching that Real Harsh video last night, and I saw how he's got the tablet with the little stand for it and everything, so you can basically
Yeah.
control your chat and all that stuff. I was like, damn,
Yeah.
that's neat.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do without mine. It is so handy. Whether
I
it's
have one. It's just outdated.
yeah. Like I have a little iPad mini that I do so much on this thing, it's not even funny. I cannot recommend having a tablet especially for like running a business or something. It's great. Like on a slow show today, like I had today, I was watching movies and stuff on it because we had no customers at all, and it's like, well, I don't feel bad. So,
Mine can't even play a video. Hell, it takes forever to even open up an app. It's just outdated as shit.
yeah,
Long time ago. It's like 15 years old.
that's all.
Yeah, one of the Walmart ones from like 15 years old, and it was only like $50 back then. So you can imagine
Oh man, that thing should be that thing should be so
the technology. Yeah. Yeah, the technology of it, the chips and all. Yeah, and it was $50 back then too, so you can even imagine how.
Yeah,
it don't even play a video. I just it's like the tablet that I just get frustrated waiting for it to do something, and then I just set it down and continue on with my day. It's one of those. What's up, Unseen? How you doing tonight? Truthful Soul, what's up? Angelic, I've been seeing you typing, but what's up again? SRB, back. We have corn, potatoes, onions, cucumbers, zucchini, and melon. Wow. Carol, Claus, how you doing?
I wish I had that kind of time.
It would be nice to eat your own food that you grow,
Yeah, I keep saying one of these years I'm going to start. I just haven't started yet.
Would be cool. Yeah, what's up, everybody hopping in? Appreciate you hanging out. We're going to be checking out some of these update videos, different theories and stuff. We came across this new channel that we're promoting here. Very good, interesting videos. So we'll be checking out one that we checked out last night. It blows your mind. I had to listen to it a few times. I still need to listen to it again. I might play it at a little bit of a slower speed just so everybody can catch everything that hasn't seen it yet. And then there's a new video he has out today that we'll be checking out too. Great production of the video, just a well done content. So I applaud the channel for their production and their content. Information too. Very good with the information. So we'll be checking out those, but the first video I'm gonna check out with everybody is this News Nation video about the parents wanting to seek the D penalty.
Four University of Idaho college students in November of 2022. This horrific unfolded at an off-campus home where the four young students were stabbed multiple times in early morning of November 13th of 2022. Koberger has pleaded not guilty to the murders. This week, Koberger's parents were called to testify before a grand jury. The proceedings are by nature very secretive, but also closed door. But their testimonies could be shared with investigators based on a Pennsylvania law that allows judges to release transcripts to agencies after a court hearing. Meanwhile, the families of Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan have filed notices. They plan to indicate the pursuit of legal action against the city within the next 2 years. Kaylee's father, Steve Gonzalez, seeks clarity on the state's intention to seek the death penalty.
We can't sit here and say, there was 5 victims or 6 victims or 7 victims. Then you go for the death penalty. no, it's been crossed. The line's been crossed, and we're going to go there.
So emotions are running high as the trial approaches. Both the victims and the families and the greater Moscow community, they want nothing more than justice for their lost loved ones. Attorney Shannon Gray, representing the Gonzalez family, joins us to discuss. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Can you kind of provide us with an update? We know Brian Kohberger was in court this week. What is the latest?
Well, we have our motion scheduled for the non-dissemination order on June 9th. My motion is scheduled at 10:30, and then the Associated Press's motion is scheduled at 1:30 that day. I'm not sure if the judge will make a ruling that day or if the judge will take some time to make a decision on the rulings. And then we have Mr. Kohberger's trial set into October. So,
well, could you go ahead and elaborate the family's intention to seek justice beyond the criminal trial? What are their expectations? What do they want?
well, I mean, every family, I think they want justice for the deaths of their daughter and Maddie and Xana and Ethan. So, it's part of the process. The tort claims notice that I filed is just standard procedure. That's something that has to be filed to protect the interests not only of the families, but the victims, and the community. We hope that everything went perfectly and everybody did the right things. But if for some reason something went wrong or something, someone might need to be held accountable for something, you're mandated to file those notices. So.
Well, is the death penalty for Brian Kohberger, is it still up for question in this case?
Well, we spoke with the prosecutor on the case, Mr. Thompson. He's going to meet with all the families, I think, individually, and then make a decision based on that. So the Gonzalez family obviously supports the death penalty in this case. So,
how are the families doing right now? How are they coping with the loss of their loved ones? Have they had any mental health support providing them during this difficult time?
Well, they're a strong family. I think they all have their good days and their bad days. They still have other children to raise. Kaylee had sisters and a brother, and so they're still trying to move forward with those types of things. But every day is a challenge. Some days are more emotional than others. The arraignment on Mr. Kohberger hit Christy pretty hard, and Steve had to try to be a rock on that day. And then some days Christy has to be a rock for Steve. So I prepared them moving forward on all of the things that might happen and how the timeline might play out. But they are a great family.
Yeah, it's really an awful situation. Could you also kind of share any details about the evidence against Brian Kohberger and the prosecution's strategy for the upcoming trial?
We don't have any of that information. They don't share any of that stuff with us. I think that's part of them keeping everything close to the vest. There's the idea that having no information out to the public at all in some way protects the jury pool. But we would prefer that we'd have some information shared with us, but we really don't have anything.
Okay.
So we don't know.
Shannon Gray, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. We will be following.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that they were going to seek it, It's a horrific crime.
Yeah. I still don't see the evidence that makes me, without the shadow of a doubt, think it was him, though.
Yeah, I know. We're going to be going into some of it here in a little bit. Put me at the top again. All right, there we go. So I'm going to go to this video that we watched. First, this is Sleuthy Goosey. I want to share this video again because this video was amazing last night that we watched. And if you haven't seen this video, you definitely got to check it out. Holy shit. And here's the link for the video. And then here's the title. Definitely a good listen. And some powerful messages in it as well. And I wanted to play this. This is from a couple weeks ago. What if the Elantra was on cam the whole time? no one got out and the original timeline was correct, because we're going to be going into the timeline tonight. So check this out real quick. Great follow on Twitter too. A lot of amazing documents. It says the problem, no specifics, mean we don't know how long the above maneuvers took, especially the attempt to park or turn around in front of 1122 King Road. The questions, did it take the full 16 minutes to complete the above maneuvers? What if the Elantra never was out of the camera's line of sight, as many assume? Is this even the same vehicle seen at 3:29 a.m.? There's the link to the video if you want to save it to your playlist. Okay, so here's the video I was talking about that we watched last night. It's from the channel Boundless Millennial. This is from Unique Van Life, and she did a recording on it. I'm going to share it in my community page I'm going to share both of these videos from Boundless Millennial on my community. Not the video itself, but I'm going to share the link to them and just kind of promote it to give it a shout out because it's great information. So we're going to go ahead and watch, because I came across it from Unique Van Life. We're going to watch it from Unique Van Life's channel. And then for the next video, we're going to watch from Boundless Millennial. And that next video, I think, is going to shock and blow your mind as much as this will or has, depending on if you've seen it or not. I am going to play it at a slower speed, just as a heads up.
Suspect vehicle number 2 has been located. You remember Emma Bailey and her pimp, dealer, Demetrius? Well, this is his brother's house.
Police in Moscow, Idaho are now looking for a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra like this one.
Remember all that time when they were looking for a 2011 to 2013 Elantra?
Investigators say information about the sedan and at least one person seen inside the car came from some of the more than 6,000 tips they've received from the public.
Every press release said they didn't care what kind of illegal activities you were involved in that night. They would overlook that because they really wanted information about this case.
What drove someone to do this? Families of those involved and our entire community deserve to know.
100% bunch of fucking idiots. If I have to, I'll just start running plates and attach all of them. I was seriously doing the same thing.
And to say that the cops knew about all of this drug activity that was going on is an understatement.
Who lives here? Works and they're around like crazy. You don't know who lives here? Get on the damn door. We're just here for a noise complaint. Oh. Look at that. Abandoned property. Who's the owner who lives here?
But as long as you kept the noise level down, you wouldn't have a problem.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to leave and go over to another party.
Okay. Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure who lived across the street. I just came over.
You just can't disturb the neighbors.
Hello, miss. What's your name?
Nana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
Underage drinking and rug activity? Sure. Just don't disturb the neighbors.
And I assume noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that there was a big gathering at the 1122 King Road house the night before the murders.
All right, can you hear me, Maddie?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you live at 1122 Queen Street?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And we know that Emma Bailey frequented that house to sell product.
Someone paid Jack's sister that day and captioned it 3:30 a.m.
Maybe she stashed something there the night before or had someone hold on to something and it went missing. Her dealer was determined to get it back.
He also believes the behavior of the victims was different leading up to the brutal killing.
Could it explain the girls hearing rummaging through the house at 2:15 a.m.? Could it explain why no one wants to say they saw Ethan and Xana that night?
Calling the phone number we saw online for Sigma Chi. But that has apparently been disconnected.
Could it explain why the girls were calling Jack frantically even though they just left the bar that he was at?
Talk to Maddie tonight?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
She's at the corner club.
Okay.
It could explain why they were looking for a 2011 to 2013 Elantra when Brian Koberger had a 2015. Could explain the four figures running around in the background of this police body cam footage. Could it explain why students heard about the murders at 9:30 a.m., but the cops weren't called till noon? Could it explain why they excluded Bethany's testimony from the PCA? Could it explain why the cops never questioned these kids again that were literally outside the house around the time of the murders? Could it explain why the Elantra was seen on the Linda Lane camera at 2:45 a.m. when it was also seen at WSU at the same exact time?
Here, called Linda Lane. See how close it is to the house where the kids were murdered? That owner turned over surveillance video to the police, showing, you guessed it.
He frequently saw Koberger in the company of an Asian girl, often laughing and joking. On the night of the murder, he saw him right out here, acting normally.
Oh, I couldn't pause it in time. It's going to get loud for a second. Ooh, can I mute it? Okay, where are you putting mute? Because I go to click on it and then it's... Oh, my luck. Yeah, I'm going to be checking out that EV or EVMUX or whatever. Oh my gosh, come on, YouTube. StreamYard, whatever. I think it's when I use StreamYard. Because it don't act like this. There we go. Jeez. So, Boundless Millennial, I'll share that channel. Pretty crazy video. And it makes you wonder about the whole theory of, you know, the four gentlemen that we've brought up before in the show. Or, you know, the other two individuals that we've been talking about recently. Boundless Millennial is the channel. Definitely, it's one of those videos you got to watch a few times because there's so much in it. All right, here's the newest video. The Kohlberger indictment and the surviving roommate's matching tattoos have a strange similarity. See what I'm saying? I want to thank Unique Van Life for promoting the channel because good stuff so far. Makes you think.
Bro, I got some new evidence. Oh, yeah? I bet you do. The crimes in the indictment are listed in the order in which they were committed. I bet you didn't know that. I did not know that. So first we got some burglary because he broke in the house. Then we got Maddie, and then Kaylee, and then Xana, and then Ethan. That ain't right. I thought Ethan was killed in the hall and I went back. Well, no, you were wrong. But good thing for you, you have me to figure it out. Here we go. If all your friends just got brutally murdered in a house, would the first thing you do be to like call up your friend and be like, hey, you want to get a tattoo? Let's call up some tattoo shops, make some appointments, and try to make this all about us. Did you see the Instagram post?
What?
Yeah, everyone. And how did the roommates know the order in which they were killed?
What?
M K X E. God, I hate you. Maybe it's alphabetical. Oh, really? And in what alphabet would Ethan Chapin be last? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Oh, there are 24 different letter combinations, but they chose the same combination in the order that they were killed. Hell, I'm surprised they didn't put a B out front. A B? A B for Brian? Burglary, you idiot! So you agree Ethan was killed last? I still can't see how that makes sense. If Xana was the one that had defensive moves that was fighting back, how would he be the last one killed? And they're also being so sketchy about him and the affidavit. Like, the rest of them, they said the girls were in the bed, Xana was on the floor, but Ethan just also in the room. His cause of death was later determined to be...
See, you guys thought I was bullshitting when I told you he was laying in bed. You all thought I didn't know what I was talking about.
From a sharp, blunt object, like an axe. Nobody knows if the K-bar knife was actually even used or if it was just a sheet that was placed there to throw everyone off. Okay. And Ethan's mother posted that his two vehicles were...
Did you see that? You see what he was throwing? It wasn't... The sheath was planted to throw off. Frickin' YouTube.
The sheet that was placed...
Hold on. I apologize.
The K-bar knife was actually even used or if it was just a sheet that was placed.
The sheath that was placed.
Just
if it would let me pause it right there.
That was
there. Thank you, YouTube. Fuck. What do you think? What if the sheath was just... It wasn't even a K-bar that was used? That's why it didn't take so long, and that's why it was so effective.
I don't know. Like I said before, I think the sheath evidence was weak to begin with. Because I mean, if you want to set somebody up and you know they have a knife like that, all you got to do is take the knife or grab the sheath. And if you wear a pair of latex or nitrile gloves, you're not going to leave any skin on it.
No, this is
Or
about the sheath just being a plant
Or how do you know that?
and a machete being used.
Or how do you know the dude didn't need a little extra money, so he sold said knife, and then they planted the sheath so they can, and they made sure not to handle it themselves, so that way they wouldn't have any potential DNA on it. I mean, there's so many possibilities that I just.
Well, they're not using it, and because there's barely any touch DNA on it, only 20 skin cells. That ain't that much. And I'm saying like it was just a sheath just to throw LE off about what the real weapon was.
Yeah, I thought during an autopsy they could actually go in and examine it and be able to determine a rough shape of a blade.
Yeah, well, you had that lady coming out in the very beginning giving you 3 or 4 different stories.
Sounds like that other case where the coroner just didn't know what she was doing and would. Well, you tell me what you want the report to say, and I'll make it say that.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot more of that than we hear about.
Ethan was in bed and Zayna was on the floor, and everybody thought that Ethan was in the hallway and Zayna was in the bedroom. Who knows? Ooh, Pam, that's a good question, though. Did somebody else place it besides the person that committed the crime?
Never know.
Pearl says, so are you there, Kid Kitty? Or is she eating? So are
No,
they
I'm
talking?
here.
Oh, okay. So are they talking about the tattoos the 2 survivors got that were in the same order that all of them passed? Yes. And so I'm going to take you through the house tour when we're done watching this video, and I'm going to show you how easily it could have been that order. I'm going to walk you through the scene, and I'm going to explain to you, according to the tattoos, this is the order that it went down. But I found this part was very interesting because I never even thought about it being, and you know what? You could literally do that in the amount of time it took and how quick it was and how nobody fought back and how effective you were, how messy it was as being reported. Like, and you walk in there, swipe, maybe one more swipe, and then you're going to the next room. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to find out. I never thought about this. I'm going to rewind this just a little bit just to kind of let you guys kind of refresh all of this in your head. And I'll show that tattoo part again. What a great video.
So how would they know what order the students died for their tattoo?
Because maybe they both heard everything going down.
Then why wouldn't they call the police?
Again,
right?
Why wouldn't they 6 months ago? Like when we started talking about it, even before we knew about all this other stuff, why didn't they then? That's one of the biggest questions in this case. Hope you feel better, Truthful. It's never good feeling sick. Yeah. It just makes you wonder, man. We'll check this out again. Great content. I'm glad that we ran into this channel, and I can't wait to see what they got in the future when it comes to this case. A lot of shit that makes you think, just like that other video we just watched to their channel.
Got some new evidence. Oh, yeah, I bet you do. The crimes in the indictment
Sub
are
and
listed in the
let him know
order
we
in which
appreciate the
they
hard
were
work.
committed. I bet you didn't know that. I did not know that. So first we got some burglary because he broke in the house. Then we got Maddie, and then Kaylee, and then Xana, and then Ethan. That ain't right. I thought Ethan was killed in the hallway and Xana was fighting back. Well, no, you were wrong. But good thing for you, you have me to figure it out. Here we go. If all your friends just got brutally murdered in a house, would the first thing you do be to like call up your friend and be like, hey, you want to get a tattoo? Let's call up some tattoo shops, make some appointments, and try to make this all about us. Did you see the Instagram post? Yeah, everyone. And how did the roommates know the order in which they were killed? M K X. God, I hate you. Maybe it's alphabetical. Oh, really? And in what alphabet would Ethan Chapin be last? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Oh! There are 24 different letter combinations, but they showed combinations in the order that they were killed. Hell, I'm surprised they didn't put a B out front. A B for Brian? Burglary, you idiot! So you agree Ethan was killed last? I can see how that makes sense. If Xana was the one that had defensive moves and was fighting back, how would he be the last one killed? And they're also being so sketchy about him and the affidavit. Like, the rest of them, they said the girls were in the bed, Xana was on the floor, but Ethan just also in the room. His cause of death was later determined to be from a sharp, blunt object. Nobody knows if the K-bar knife was actually even used or if it was just a sheet that was placed there to throw everyone off. Okay. And Ethan's mother posted that his 2 vehicles were seized along with his very nice golf clubs. Yep. I remember that. That is weird. Like, where were the golf clubs?
At the bottom of the stairs.
That's what he was killed with. Well, that's not a sharp, blunt object. It becomes one after you hit someone with it and it shatters. What? That one made a ton of noise. You mean like a large thump that the neighbor's ring cam might have heard? What are you getting at? Ethan went mad and Dylan grabbed a golf club to defend Xana. You're going to hell. Ethan's family has no interest in bringing the killer to justice, so I don't know. You know, you almost had me there for a minute, but then I remembered, you're nuts. Cooper came to get rid of the golf club and some evidence, and then came back at 9 a.m. to drop off the sheath and do a final walkthrough. Get out! I mean, how else did the whole school know about it before the cops came at noon? If those snaps and stuff did happen, the police know about it. They can get that information. Maybe that's the exculpatory evidence.
Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
That was a crazy ending. I almost have to listen to that again. What'd you get out of that ending? What's up, Ava? Amber? Coroner said the way, yeah, she said a lot of different things, though, too, you know. Good evening,
Yeah.
everybody coming in. They got the tattoos in the first week, but not the 8-hour gap, no. Thank you, Ava. That's they last a long time. That's true. Moto Man MX, what's up? Yeah, I can give you the link to the video. Hold on 1 second. I almost have to listen to the last part again. That was pretty crazy too. There's another video as well that we watched before that. So go ahead and scroll up there in the timestamp, and that's a good watch too. So here's this one. Just other theories that make you think.
CJ, can you put your panel link up there?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. StreamYard's being buggy again, even though I got all new cables.
Right.
Yeah, that last part, I kind of... Was he saying that Ethan possibly had something to do with it? What? I don't know. I didn't get it all.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
That is true, Pam. We will all never know because we weren't there. And plus, we're not Ellie or an attorney. I shared on a post on my channel that CAD call from that day. Huh. Let me see. Let me open my YouTube chat. Actually, I was going to play the end of that one we just watched again. Yeah, let me get to my YouTube chat. I'll get your channel and I'll share it.
Nobody knows if the K-bar knife was actually even used or if it was just a sheet that was placed there to throw everyone off. Okay. And Ethan's mother posted that his 2 vehicles were seized along with his very nice golf clubs. I remember that. That is weird. Like, where were the golf clubs? Maybe that's what he was killed with. No, that's not a sharp, blunt object. It becomes one after you hit someone with it and it shatters. What? That would have made a ton of noise. You mean like a large thump that the neighbor's ring cam might have heard? What are you getting at? Ethan went back.
I think my connection's bad. I'm gonna rejoin 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ethan's family.
Oh, you're good.
Tries to bring the killer to justice.
Okay.
So, I don't know. You know, you almost had me there for a minute, but then I remembered you're nuts. Klobuchar came to get rid of the golf club and some evidence, and then came back at 9 a.m. to drop off the sheath and do a final walkthrough. Get up! I mean, how else did the whole school know about it before the cops came at noon? If those snaps and stuff did happen, the police know about it. They can get that information. Maybe that's the exculpatory evidence.
Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
It's really quiet.
Yep. Is
Son of a bitch.
are you?
Is
Oh,
it
there
under
you are.
videos, Amber? Yeah, this is Amber's channel. Thank you. This is Amber's channel. Is it under videos?
Yeah, I didn't go deaf. I was worried
Let's
for a minute.
see. Search warrant. Let's see. Found white car. I think it's way back on my community post. Okay. So I'm going to share this tab here. Let's see what's going on. I heard he may have a little. I don't know. There's some other videos we're going to check out. Talking about some kind of alibi. I don't know. I mean, like you said, you know what I'm saying? It's who fucking knows? So here's an image of the back of the property here before I take you on the tour. Holy shit. Because there's two ways that I'm going to explain how, if you go off the order of the tattoos, there's two different versions of how that could have taken place. Okay? Now, unfortunately, this is the only picture that I have, but it won't rotate for some reason. It's supposed to, but it won't rotate. It's supposed to be a drone image. So, you remember that the stain on the outside of the property, where my hand is, the stain was a drip that was coming out right there from the floorboard to the outside of the foundation. So that would mean that the person would have been laying either in the middle or on the side closest to the wall that is on this side of the house. So there's two ways that this person would have entered this property to commit the crime in this order. They could have used devices to leap up onto the rail to then gain access into the sliding glass door upstairs. Or they could have gained access into the sliding glass door downstairs. Now, if they would have gained access to the door upstairs, that would be in the room where Murphy was, not where the girls were found. So if you go off the PCA, you remember DM stating, and all we have is DM's information, right? We don't have BFs. So if you go off of DM's information, she states she thought she heard somebody playing with the dog. She must have assumed it could have been Kaylee. But you never know. Probably just heard a dog and assumed, because why would you assume a stranger's playing with the dog? Wouldn't you assume your roommate is playing with the dog, right? So there's the two possible entries. So if you go off the order that the crime took place, right? You got two different possibilities. Here, let me go to chat real quick. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the drip. So there's two different, like I said, there's two different ways. Either this sliding glass door or the sliding glass door upstairs, right? All we know is based off the PCA, heard what sounded like somebody playing with the puppy. So if they came through this door here, snuck through real quick, maybe checked the door handle, maybe not, maybe just went straight upstairs to the third floor. This is one way. Okay. Walked up. Now they're at the top of the stairs. Now, if they were heard maybe somebody playing with the puppy, there's two possibilities. Three possibilities. One, either someone snuck through the sliding glass door and had to play with the puppy for a second because they encountered Murphy and that was it. Or they were hiding in that closet, waiting, and then had to play with the puppy as they were exiting the closet to go commit the crime first on the third floor. So they either came up the stairs or was hiding out in the closet or accidentally went into that room first as they came up the stairs. All we know is they thought they heard somebody playing with the puppy. Now, according to the tattoo, came in here, committed this crime first. Knife sheath was found right there. That's where the girls were found right there. I can stand there, but I'm not going to. Then they would have came out here, according to the tattoo order. Came downstairs. Then maybe the person, if they hadn't checked the door handle when they went upstairs, maybe they possibly checked the handle right now. It was locked. Then they come to the living room. Come to the hallway. That's where they encounter Zaina because she's the one that got up to see, I think I hear somebody, right? PCA. I think somebody's here. That would be Zaina getting up to see if somebody was there. But by that time, the person that committed the crime was already encountering her, probably in the middle of this hallway, and had pushed her back as they were attacking. Then, because maybe he was asleep, that's where he was found, Ethan. And that side of the bed. And if you look at what I was saying, either in the middle or off to the side closest to the wall, that's where the drip came through. That's where the drip came from. Then the person commits this crime. Where's my... Oh, that's the closet. Person commits this crime. Then they're walking through the hallway. That's where DM sees the person that committed the crime, bushy eyebrow, walking through the crack of the door as the person, either two ways, either walked out this way or possibly tried to go back upstairs to try and find the sheath. But here's another interesting thing that other people have brought up in the open panel chat. Not leaving through here, but instead walking this way because there was no blood trail going outside, walking this way and leaving through the front door, where everybody was walking when they came over there later that morning. So it's just a couple different ways, but that's, according to the tattoos, that's how the crime would have been committed, with the different possibilities that are taking place based off of the evidence. And let me get back to chat. Sorry, I just had to go through that real quick. I didn't want to drag it out because I'm going to use it for a highlight video. I believe Koberger was one of the friends that was heard on the 911 call, which is why that... Ooh, interesting, Amber. That's interesting. Again, that's Amber's channel. Let me see here. Let's see. It's way back on community post. What do you guys think? Keep up. Original call was about an unconscious person. Not injured, but unconscious. And when they showed up, they did all they could. One of the roommates was passed out, which was unconscious, and the other one couldn't even finish making a sentence. I don't know. That's just what was being talked about a long ass time ago. I just okay. Let me know what the title is, and I'll go right to it. Did you see the images of what? Yeah. Oh, that's older. Sorry, I must have scrolled up too far. Backed up against the wall. Maybe he unalived the first girl while the other one was playing. Who knows?
See, that's the thing. We don't know for sure.
I think they put the puppy in the room because they were both going to bed. And there was no bed. As far as I know, there was no furnishings in that room. As far as I know. I thought everything was already moved out. So they might have just put the puppy in there for overnight while they went to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she had moved out already.
See, Amber, they originally, EMT originally, or EMS, whatever you want to call it, originally showed up to the property to respond to an unconscious person. Okay. So when they responded to the unconscious person, they were walking in not prepared to even deal with what took place. So as they showed up to the scene, that's when the friends of the two surviving females and the other unalived friends, those friends were already there. Now, according to reports, around 8 were standing outside and around 4 of them were inside the property, trying to go around to figure out what the hell took place. So when EMS shows up to respond to a unconscious person, that's when they're told, hey, come upstairs, something took place, you know. So that's when they go in there, and that's when they see what you're just saying right there. They've reported that blood was everywhere. But it couldn't have been contained to the bedrooms because there had to be blood all over the stairs, the hallway. I mean, everywhere that this person walked had to be blood. They said that there was a lot of evidence, but a lot of evidence that could be used did not exist. So not only was there that evidence, but then you have the people that came inside that were upstairs walking around trying to figure out what's going on. That's tainted the evidence. You got the EMS workers not prepared for what kind of crime scene it was. That's contaminated because they weren't prepared for it. Then you have Ellie showing up too. When they first come out and state that it was a self-unalive situation, they didn't make the proper precautions to collect the evidence the proper way as a homicide. It was not just a homicide, but like it was almost like case closed kind of shit. It was, the one of the roommates took out all the other ones and then took out himself. So they're not collecting the evidence the same way they would if somebody came in and got everybody and took off. You saw they weren't using the proper equipment. They weren't using the rubber gloves like they should have been. They weren't using the proper equipment. So it was all tainted that day when they all showed up. That's what I'm saying. And how did it take? You can't tell me that you can't smell that after a couple hours, let alone 8 hours later. Still trying to figure out though why if Kay ran to M's room, why she would have closed her room. They were intoxicated. Your judgment's thrown off even when you don't have a crime like that taking place. Your judgment's thrown off when you're intoxicated. Yeah, you'd never see anybody standing at that crack. I wish I knew how to shut the lights off, but it is what it is. Because really, after all that shit goes down and you're trying to walk out that, you ain't going to see nothing. Not that crack. Go watch my highlight video I made about it. It explains it all. Some people think that he could have been chilling in that closet on the third bedroom where the same bedroom where Murphy was. Hopped up the balcony when nobody was home, got through the sliding glass door because they're probably thinking, why lock it? We already heard reports of how they left all the doors unlocked anyway, but according to them, there's no access to the sliding glass door upstairs, so why lock it, right? They could easily left that sliding glass door upstairs open. Somebody comes in, hides in the closet. You know what I mean? They come in and put Murphy in the bedroom and that person's chilling, hiding in the closet already. Yeah, that's right, unseen. We don't know what was told to the 911. And they won't release it. Yeah, I think they were laying in the same room together. I think they were intoxicated. They went and got food. They ate the food on the way home and they came home. They were, intoxicated and were ready for bed. Went upstairs, shut Murphy, probably took him out to go to the potty, came back in, put Murphy in the room so Murphy would be separated. They could, and then they went and, that was the only bedroom upstairs because, Kaylee had already moved out. That was the only bedroom upstairs. So they went and they shared the same bed to go to sleep. It is a theory that the roommate ran out and passed out. Yeah, the theory that she saw what took place was ran out and passed out after she had already dialed 911. That's why the friend that showed up had picked up the phone to the 911 operator and said that the friend was unconscious, and that's supposedly what was called for the unconscious person. And then in that same part you're talking about, Amber, that's also when it's speculative that the other one that wasn't passed out had called and or was trying to tell the friends that showed up what took place, and she couldn't get a full sentence out and just said that he was hurt bad, is what I was hearing. Telling her friends that he was hurt bad. Right, sleeping hard. And then when something like that takes place, you know, how are you? You're like, oh, you're intoxicated. You know what the fuck? Hell, most of the time you might not even know how to react when you're in that situation when you're sober, let alone intoxicated. After hour, you would have smelled it, yeah. We've smelled the smell. Open the door 2 to 3 times. Mm-hmm. Yeah. On the affidavit here, here is the PCA, if you'd like to check it out for yourself. What's up, Crime Geek? No, it's not just the blood. It's the other bodily fluids that exist afterwards. I don't know. It sounds to me like they were like Ethan. It sounds to me like Ethan was sleeping too, and Zaina was up on social media getting some food, and then was heading back to bed for the night. You know, and then another thing is what if the person that did it locked the doors? And that's why the friends didn't know. They saw the blood, they just didn't know, but still you would call the damn cops, I would assume. But I don't know. That's just another thing being thrown around out there. All right, so what part of the community post do you want me to check out, Amber? What's the title of it? Yeah, you always got to lock your doors and alarms and cameras. That way it's all documented too. That is correct, Pearl. After that, all bodily fluids are released from the core. Uh-huh. Yep. I played fifth on all of Kim's and Dave's call. They do. They do, Moto. They do. It is interesting. I was talking to somebody about that a few days ago, how it is interesting how the two's calls kind of, and they talk about the same shit that sometimes you can't play on YouTube, you know? I believe the person, if you go to my highlight, Angelic, from a couple, it's why I think, my title of the highlight, Angelic, is why I think that BK didn't see DM. So if you go to the highlight video I made of that, you'll see what I'm thinking of when it comes to I think they went upstairs first. I think there's a reason why they didn't think that anybody was in that second bedroom where DM was, even though the door was cracked. It explains why I think that they didn't see the person through the cracked door, but they were able to see them. Check it out. Did you ever go over the possible blood on kitchen counter? No, we haven't. Now, there are some photos out there. No, for real, check it. Yeah, it's a little rundown, kind of like I'm gonna have this as like a part 2, the one that I went through tonight, because there's other possibilities that you got to think of as well. Not that I think that that's how it went down. I'm just saying we all weren't there, and we could have. You never know. Dude could have came through the sliding glass door off the patio. I was not there. Unseen. Yeah. So let me know, Amber, what community post it is. Now I'm gonna go to some of these other videos here real quick, and then we're gonna get into the Google. Whoa. Gonna get into the Google stuff. What do you guys think? Do you think he came through that door at the very top, hid in the closet, or I think he just went through the sliding glass door after he was creeping through the trees.
Anymore, I don't know what to think.
I'm with you, Kevin.
So many things now, huh?
Yeah, my mind is just everywhere.
I mean, I'm not convinced the dude did it. I'm not convinced he didn't do it. There's too many possibilities, and there's so much stuff we don't know, and we won't know till it comes out in trial.
Yeah. Do you think you... I don't know. There's people that think he might confess. There's people that think this is some elaborate game that he's playing.
Could be.
With the whole exoneration thing.
Could be.
You
and
know,
that's going to be my answer to any theory at this point. Could be.
the whole exoneration. Well, yeah, it could be with anything.
Right.
But I'm asking you, yeah, it could be all sorts of possibilities. I'm asking you what you think the one is the one that makes most sense to you. Like, what's the one that makes the most sense?
Like I started this off
To
with,
you.
I have no idea at this point. I mean,
I don't see him pleading guilty. I don't see him. I don't know. I think he's gonna fight this all the way.
Do you think he's innocent, Kid Kitty?
I'm probably 80-20 that he's not innocent.
Okay. And so do you think he's playing a mental game, or do you think that he's just going to fight it the whole time?
I think he's going to fight it.
Like what Valo just fought it the whole time.
Yeah.
I didn't do these things until the evidence comes out and it shows, yeah, you did. Yeah,
right,
you did.
Right. He's going to fight it to see how far he can get, I believe. Until he sees all the evidence.
Yeah, I personally, whether he's innocent or not, I think he's going to fight it until he can get a plea deal that's something more along the lines of what he wants.
Yeah.
If convicted, and if he's not convicted, then hey, he won either way.
Yeah. Right.
Interesting. Crime Geek says she thinks Kaylee or Maddie kicked the knife sheath off.
I don't know.
To be more famous. That's what I was thinking, Pam. He wanted to one-up BTK eventually, but his ass thought he was too smart and he left too much. But I just don't see the too much anymore. I honestly think it was, I don't know. The more time goes on, I'm thinking it was more him and somebody else. And he was more the, quote, brains, because he knew it all in the project. and the other person was the one that did the physical. And I think that other person was, you know, we've went through it. I just think that, you know, I don't know. And then when you really think, you know, I'm here to help you, or I mean, I'm going to help. Don't worry, I'm going to help you. Yeah, the more it goes on, that's what I'm feeling, Moto. The more it goes on.
Isn't that what BTK said to his victims? I'm here to help you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to help you. I do. I strongly believe the more time goes on that it was the second person, and I strongly believe as it goes on that it was somebody else that had the same initials. And, you know, because you go into the other stuff with the other initials of the same, and it's like that's a suspicious turn of events and situation, too. And it's like,
I mean, I'm still suspicious of Enon. And I don't think that'll ever stop in my mind.
yeah, I know. We got to go into more of that, dude, because that was some crazy shit when we checked it out last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mistakes. All right, so we're going to go to another video here. Let me see here. Where was it?
PJ.
Huh?
I'm going to have to find my charger. My phone's down to like 30-some%.
Oh, yeah.
So I might have to. Well, it should charge while I'm on the panel, right?
Yeah, it should.
Yeah, yeah.
And if it doesn't, just go into the settings and turn your screen brightness down. Sometimes I have to do that.
Yeah. It does take up a lot of battery.
Yeah.
So I'm going to check out this video real quick. This is a Nancy Grace video. Fingers crossed. This is a Nancy Grace video discussing the Bundy and the Idaho killings. Now, we've thought of Bundy, you know, we've thought of BTK, you know, even these other, the channels and the other analysts even bring up the same. So I'm kind of interested to hear. It's almost like he was a mixture of both, you know. Some Bundy, some BTK. But I feel he was trying to be a transformer of all these SKs. What's up, D? Yeah, dude seemed weird as shit the other night. So we got more on that. That will be going into another night. So I'm going to be doing a lot of day and evening shows the next couple of days just for the holiday. So this is Parallels of Evil from Nancy Grace, the Bundy, and the Idaho unalivings. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in and hanging out. Good night, Creme Geek. Thanks for hopping in.
The car is the key to the whole case. Ted Bundy, he actually had revamped the inside of his VW Bug to accommodate bringing a body into it or an unconscious girl to put her in the passenger part. And that car became the focus of law enforcement. And on the other hand, the white Elantra becomes the focus of a nationwide search.
We have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people.
Where was he? Washington State University Police Department on campus noticed a white Elantra in front of the apartment houses and contacted the Moscow police and the FBI. They're like, hey, wait a minute. One of the students over here has a white Elantra.
That student?
Bingo, Brian.
Brian Koberger becomes the prime suspect, although he says he will be exonerated.
Eager to be exonerated.
Learn he trades out his license plate just days after the murders.
I understand the person of interest
in changed his license plates. Ted did have a number of different license plates in his Volkswagen, and I think that was to eliminate a trail.
Did you ever see his Elantra out there?
Yeah. Shortly after the Moscow murders, Koberger's neighbor, who wants to remain anonymous, says he shared an eerie conversation with the same man, now at the center of the police investigation.
After these murders happened, he brought up, he's like, I heard about these murders.
But to you, he actually says, have you heard about the murders?
Yeah, when we were talking, he said, have you heard about these murders? And I was like, because it just happened. He's like, yeah, I was like, yeah, I guess it's not. And then he's like, hey.
Was
Yeah, I have intuition about this guy.
I'm telling you, it's real.
Why doesn't it frickin'... It's so hard to pause these on time.
Well, if it was easy, man, everybody'd be doing it.
Oh, my lord.
The car is...
Makes it hard to do a frickin' show. I really need to check out this EVMUX shit. This is crazy. Especially paying $25 a month for this alone. It's frustrating. Especially when
I hear you, man.
Bread is fucking $5 a loaf. Didn't want to, yeah, played in a slasher movie. That is correct, Pam.
Hey, I've been awake. I just haven't been in the mood to talk.
That is correct. Let me see here. All right, so the next video here. Now, the whole Minutes of Horror, this is SK in Idaho. Now, I don't think it has anything to do with the PA stuff. I don't think the stuff that they're talking about. This is Minutes of Horror. The stuff in the in PA, maybe other crimes, maybe possibly, but the one that they're talking about, I believe he was already cleared before it even was brought to everybody's attention. And I think that's where the strong alibi talk is when it comes to the alibi. I think it's for the PA stuff. So this is Minutes of Horror. We've checked out their channel before. It's good stuff.
Brian Koberger's parents have been subpoenaed by a grand jury in Pennsylvania, not Idaho, where the murders took place, not Idaho, where the trial is taking place. So what exactly does this mean? Why is Pennsylvania now getting involved? You are now within minutes of horror, and your only chances of survival is hitting that like button. With that being said, let's continue on with the video. Brian Koberger's parents have been subpoenaed to testify in front of a grand jury in Pennsylvania. What exactly does this mean? Well, first and foremost, we do need to understand that there are two types of grand juries in Pennsylvania. There's an indictment grand jury where there's sufficient evidence against you, and now you're going to trial. And then there's a investigative grand jury where there's an investigation going on, and you have to take part of this investigation. There are questions, and you have to answer these questions. Now, we don't know 100% which grand jury subpoenaed Brian Koberger's parents, but it is believed that it is the investigation grand jury. Now, this doesn't mean that Brian Koberger is linked to any homicides in Pennsylvania. I do want to make that clear. That doesn't mean he's linked to any homicides. It could be a number of things. Now, you could have some cold cases in Pennsylvania that are still unsolved. And let's say the victim had their lives ended the same way as those in Idaho. Then, of course, you're going to want to investigate a little bit further and see if this person who's known to travel to Pennsylvania has a possible alibi. So they're going to want to speak to his parents. Or by the stroke of luck, it could be possible that Brian Koberger's parents know somebody else who's linked to a homicide in Pennsylvania. Now, the case Brian Koberger's parents are indicted for is the case of 45-year-old mother Dana Smithers, who went missing in her town of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania on May 28, 2022. Her remains were recovered on April 30th, 2023, and now we have an indictment against Brian Koberger's parents. A source close to the Koberger family does state that Brian Koberger does have a solid alibi the day that Dana Smithers went missing. Like I said, it doesn't mean that Brian Koberger is involved in any way. It could just be that the parents are very unlucky. They know somebody else that's linked to Dana's death. First, like I said, they have to be questioned. Is it also possible that there is DNA that was found on Dana that does link back to Brian? Just like the sheath in the Idaho 4 house, DNA on the sheath also linked back to Brian. So let's say, we're just spitballing here. I'm not saying that Brian Koberger is innocent or guilty, but let's say there is substantial evidence to prove his guilt. 100% he did this alone. Nobody else was involved. He is the murderer. It's proven. And again, when I say it's proven, I'm just saying hypothetical. It's proven. You know, flash forward, there's evidence that he did commit the murders. Are we honestly going to believe that 4 young college students who were athletic, with Ethan even being bigger than Koberger, are we honestly going to believe that this was his first time committing a murder? And let's say it's not even Brian who committed the Idaho murders. Are we honestly going to believe whoever dispatched these 4 young adults that quickly, that was their first time committing a murder? And there are quite a few unsolved cases that bear striking similarities to the Idaho 4 murder case. So whether it is Brian Koberger or, whoever it was that committed the murders in Idaho, we should be looking at these other cases to see if we can connect any dots, because there are other families that are looking for justice as well. 71-year-old Sandra Ladd in Washington was brutally stabbed to death in her upper torso to the point of decapitation. She was found dead on the 14th, but investigators do believe she did die on the 13th, the early hours of the 13th, by stab wounds. Now, on the 13th of August, you did have a man wearing a mask break into Travis and Jamie Lynn Juten's home, where he brutally stabbed them. Jamie Lynn Travis did pass away, and the stabbing did take place between the hours of 3 to 4 a.m. Now, Jamie Lynn did describe the man as being tall and athletic. She couldn't describe anything else because he was wearing all black and a mask. Jamie Lynn Juten does believe that they were followed after going to a vegan restaurant earlier that day. There's also the case of 83-year-old Irma Kaler, who was stabbed to death in her Lancaster, Pennsylvania home on May 16, 2012. Now, she was found by her dog Walker at 9 a.m., but authorities do believe the attack did take place in the early morning hours of May 16th, like between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. Now, if Brian Koberger is indeed the murderer in Idaho, and I'm saying if, this would have made him around the age of 18 when Irma Kaler was slaughtered. Brian Koberger also at this time had a heroin addiction, and Lancaster, Pennsylvania is a big heroin area in Pennsylvania. Now, Brian Koberger may not be connected to any of these homicides. He may not even be guilty when it comes to the murders in Idaho, but somebody is. And of course, we want to think about the families of those who were slain in Idaho. But then we also do have the families of Sandra Ladd. We have the families of the Jutens. We do have the families of Irma Kaler. Now we have the families of Dana Smithers, who are seeing these similar type of murders take place in Idaho, and now they have questions. Should their questions be tossed aside? I am very interested to see what's going to come of this indictment in Pennsylvania.
I'd be interesting to know what Cassie thinks of this, because she was talking about I think it was this river right here. I'd have to ask Cassie what she... Are you in chat, Cassie?
I haven't seen her.
I haven't seen her either.
Just as I'm interested to see what's going to happen with this trial in Idaho. There's a lot of mystery, there's a lot of questions, and I do hope at the end of the day there is a fair trial, and I do hope these families do find their justice. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel to grow. Once again, thank you so much.
What the heck?
for
I
your
hit
support.
like, not play. What the heck? This is so frustrating.
Yeah, you definitely need to check out that other thing.
Oh my gosh. I bet if you add it up at the end of a show, it's like
Brian Koberter's parents have been subpoenaed by a grand jury.
I bet you if you add it up at the end of the show, it's like a good half-hour chunk totaled up of all the wait.
In Pennsylvania.
Come on,
not
man.
Idaho, where the murders took place. Not
Oh
Idaho,
my
where the trial.
gosh. Okay. Now, this is a channel that I was checking out for the last few weeks, and you guys probably already subbed to him, Publicly Buzzed. They have a lot of reaction videos when it comes to like phone calls and things like that with like the Idaho 4 case and such. I don't know. I haven't checked them out too much. The only shows I've checked out are the ones where they're talking about like Truth and Transparency and Drunk Turkey Show and this and that, because we play their videos too, and we just kind of talk about our opinions or whatever. It was some River Angelic. I can't remember what Cassie, because Cassie had mentioned it a couple weeks ago in one of her theories, and I remember her talking about somewhere in Washington that was farther away. And that might have been it. But they're talking about Brian Koberger PCA is strong. Bob Mata joins Publicly Buzzed to discuss the case. So I want to hear, because I like exploring all opinions and theories. And here's a Publicly Buzzed channel here. And so I was like, well, that's an interesting title. PCA is strong. I'm going to have to check that out on the show. Just to kind of hear about it and see what they're saying. And I'm thinking about here in the future having one more night off during the weekday, but so I might be shuffling the schedule here coming up, but I'll let you know. I'm just kind of shooting things around in my head right now. I kind of want to have like one day, another day out of the week where I've been getting a lot of invites to be on other people's shows and stuff. And I also need like a night off too. So usually on my nights off, like tonight, I'm streaming afternoon and night. Wednesday night is usually the only night that I really have off. And so I was thinking about maybe throwing in another night, but still being on Saturday because, you know, I do enjoy the Saturdays with you guys. but maybe one night during the week. So maybe reshuffling the weeknight schedule except for Friday. And maybe switching it from Monday and Wednesday and Friday being on, Saturday, Sunday, and then having Tuesday and Thursday night off. That way I still have one night off a week where I can have a night off, and then another night where people don't feel like they're, intruding my time or whatever for the show or whatever. I want to be able to have time set aside to go hop up on other people's channels too, because I think it'd be really fun to be a guest on somebody else's show. So, but this is publicly buzzed. Brian Kober PCA is strong. And then we'll get into some of the school. I already have the timeline ready.
Yeah, so we're going to dive into a little bit of this Idaho stuff here tonight. Everything has been hot as fuck this week with the grand jury. And yeah, me and Dan have got a lot of actual questions. Today I was going back over the affidavit, some of that stuff. And yeah, just in general, I know that when you were on Jake at it, but you think that the affidavit is strong.
I do. Well, if you compare PCA in Idaho 4 to say Delphi, can you put those two next to each other? You can see what an incredibly weak PCA is, which is Delphi.
Right.
You can see what a strong one is with respect to, the Idaho 4 case, but then on that side pod that I'm talking about, the docket, I go through, I have 4 episodes on, Idaho 4, one is in the can that's getting produced now that Alice and I just recorded. And it was after the arraignment. He stood silent, which the whole internet exploded. I'm like, dude, it doesn't mean shit. It's got no legal consequence. It's like the judge entered what he would have said anyway, which is not guilty. And we were trying to come up with, without being in Ann Taylor's mind. We'll get into that. I'm sure you guys have questions.
That is actually where that was one of them for sure.
Yeah, well, I'll wait on that. But in terms of that PCA, when I start digging into it, then you start to see all the warts. And I'm talking about the Idaho 4. The whole thing with Dylan stinks. There's stuff about that, this frozen shock phase bullshit doesn't make any fucking sense. This is clearly a kid who's in college. Everyone rages in college till 4 in the fucking morning. That's not unusual. You have Xana ordering fucking DoorDash at 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, I mean, that's college. That's what it's like. This isn't normal adult world where, we're all in bed by 1 at the latest. Some people were in bed by, they raged all night. They went to the bars. They came home at 2:30, fucking around. Even her seeing somebody walking out of that place, she would have assumed, I think, that somebody in the house hooked up.
That's
and
what I
that
would
the
say.
fucking kid was shedding. You know what I'm saying? Because it's she had no reason to believe, because no one would in that position, that 4 of her roommates had just been murdered. No one is ever fucking thinking that. And she clearly didn't hear any screaming. If she had heard screaming, it would have been in the PCA. So the PCA, what's silent in the PCA is the shit that tells you what didn't happen.
Right.
Because she had heard people screaming, that 100% would have been in there. If she had heard people screaming, she would have called 911. The fact that she didn't call 911, well, and when you look at it and you're trying to figure out, okay, well, what are the cops trying to accomplish here? And I heard that both Steve and Dan, I heard you guys talk about the concept of cops leading them down the primrose path, which happens all the time. Exactly what you're saying, where Dylan is explaining something, and then the cop suggests,
yeah.
Well,
they're putting words in her mouth. Yeah.
You were in shock. You were in shock, right? And she's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that
you
works.
know what I mean?
Right, she's probably actually at that moment, she's actually seen some shit, right? She's woke up, seen the house.
At this point, she's traumatized.
At that moment, right? She is in shock.
Yeah.
So, but 4:30 in the morning, she just thinks her roommates are being assholes and they're like fucking with her ability to be able to fall asleep. She's probably, she hears the dog barking upstairs and she's like, shut the fucking dog up.
Yeah.
I
was trying to go to bed.
Right. Like Xana and Ethan are arguing is what she thinks in her mind, and then she peeks out a few times. She sees some dude leaving. She doesn't see him covered in blood because it's fucking dark. You got in all black. If he's got a knife, which he had to have because he had to get it out somehow. We know he left the sheath, so it's not the sheath. So he has to be carrying it by his side, or he tucked it inside of a jacket pocket somewhere. Yeah. But she's not seeing that either. So she has no reason to think anything has gone on nefarious. So she just goes to bed. Like that's why she doesn't call. But Moscow police, they don't call until 11:48 or 58, whatever it is, the next day, right before noon. They have to come up with an excuse. Is like, why the fuck wasn't law enforcement called until noon?
Yeah, dude.
When you have 2 surviving people in the house, it makes no sense. So like that was the shit they were trying to deal with, is all this shit was coming down because the whole world was blowing up on this thing. I'm like, man, just, when I started digging into that PCA, it became less strong than at first blush, but like, that's what I do for a living. I read PCAs all the time when they come. My job is to pick them apart, because we have no idea. Like all we know about that DNA on the sheath is claiming it was single source, right? We have no idea what the quality of the DNA, like we don't know if they're going to get a partial profile or a full profile. We don't know any of that. And anybody who's acting like they do know is full of shit, because we don't know. I deal with DNA in my cases, and I know what a good profile looks like, and I know what a shit profile looks like. And if it's like a partial profile, it's not going to be that great of evidence in terms of, look, like this is a bulletproof. The guy has his fucking DNA on this sheath. Now explain why it's in here.
Well, actually, I have a question. About that. So, could they determine, after analyzing the father's DNA, could they determine 99.999% on a partial sample from the sheath?
I mean, maybe. Like as to dad, but like dad's irrelevant now. Like the internet was blowing up and people were like messaging me and like, oh, is the sheath gonna be? Because like if you look at one of their state's responses for the discovery, like the motion to compel from the defense, where they're saying turn shit over, you owe us shit. We know this shit exists and we want it. And one of the things they've been asking for is the genealogical DNA like tests. They just want to see all the data. They want to see the research that was done so that they have it. And I think that they have a right. I think ultimately the judge is going to rule that they have to turn it over, because the state is like, look, it's like, number one, using that DNA because we now have the defendant's DNA. That's what we'll use. That'll be the profile that we're comparing. Dad's is never coming into trial. We have no intent on using that. So people were confusing that as saying that, oh, well, now they're not going to introduce the sheath. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's the strongest piece of evidence they have. Of course they're introducing the sheath. Now, if they're like, the sheath is one thing, because the sheath was found pursuant to a search, whether it was warrantless at first, which is there's a carved out exception for it, because there was a homicide that took place. So the cops, when they walk in a homicide scene, there's an exception to the warrant where they can search the house. Number one, they're going to clear the house. Number two, then they're going to conduct a search. But then they're going to send somebody over to the courthouse to go get the warrant, which they did. So they covered their ass every way that they could with that. So the sheath is getting in. The question is whether or not they're going to turn over those reports. And if they continue to refuse to do it, the judge might bar them from putting any DNA evidence in, which will force them to cave, give the defense whatever the fuck they want with it, because the defense deserves to have it all so that they can send it to their expert so they can compare, because there is a chain of custody issue, at least as to the DNA that came from dad. Like the sheath never went anywhere other than Idaho,
the third party
police, and then sending it to the lab, and then it gets sent back to Idaho. Like the garbage from the house in PA, that went from PA to a lab to Idaho, or from PA to Idaho to a lab. You know what I'm saying? And like anytime you have evidence and anytime it starts moving into different hands, that's where you worry about the chain of custody. For us, for defense attorneys, chain of custody is everything. That's how I know that they're not fucking tampering with the evidence.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's huge for us. because that concept that, you know, the police never cheat is of course ridiculous. I mean, they do. I mean, like, the cops aren't out there trying to like plant shit on innocent people. What they do is they plant shit on people that they think did it, and they don't have the evidence to get them. Like, that's what happens. You know,
That's
it's like
scary as fuck.
it's scary as fuck, right? So
Hang on, before we move on, I got a legal question, Bob, about the father's DNA comparison thing. So because that was actually used in the probable cause affidavit, would that then be required to be handed over to the defense because it was in the PCA?
That's what the defense is saying. And then when the state replied in their response, which, you know, I've obviously read at this point ad nauseum, the state is saying, look, pursuant to 16.1 of the IRC, which is the, you know, Idaho Rules of Criminal Law, that they don't have to turn it over because that DNA did not belong to the defendant. It's not relevant to the case. We're not using it. So when we have that hearing on the 9th of June, Dan, it's going to be all about that. Like, that is what that battle is going to be about, whether or not they have to turn it over. But what I'm telling you, it really is irrelevant in terms of the case because they have DNA of the defendant. You know what I'm saying? Like, the old man's DNA is irrelevant. What they're going to have is a profile that they've created from the defendant's DNA because he was compelled to give it over. So they went and created the DNA from that. And then they have the profile that they've got from the sheath. So you got the sheath and then you've got his. And that's what the comparison is. The old man shit is irrelevant. It really is. It doesn't matter at all. But point is, the defense deserves to be able to see that report that was generated on that's found there, just to see how they got to it. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
For comparison's sake, they're going to want to be able to turn that over to their expert to look at it. Like,
there is some shady shit going on to you from looking at it? Like,
no, I mean, dude, it's like,
is it just kind of how the game's played? Like,
I know how the game's played, dude. Like if you ever get to my Garcia season, that was a fucking war. That was a fucking war. I mean, Allison got kicked off that case for doing a Skype interview with the news because they hated my wife because she's a fucking pit bull. She was literally papering them to death with her motion work was unbelievable. She was fucking they were like, dude, we got to get rid of this bitch because she is a fucking animal. You know, like, for real though. And it was like, and that was a war. They did, you know, it's like a case like that. The state has spent so much money, so much manpower, so much time, and they have so much invested in this guy being the guy. They're going to do everything in their power to get that conviction. And, you know, and if you've got a strong defense attorney on the other side, you're going to fight like hell.
Did it to me again. Here, I'm just going to switch to the other things so you guys don't hear the loud audio that comes in like crazy. I mean, I get what they're saying. Some good points. I still...
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Like not as strong as...
He's definitely not wrong. They put all this money into saying he's the guy. They're going to do everything they can to prove it. But at the end of the day, if he's not the guy and they're wrong, you know.
Well, it's like what I was saying. They needed that enrollment. And what's the quickest way to make sure you protect the enrollment? Find the suspect and arrest him.
Yep.
So this is a channel I don't think we've checked out before because I haven't subscribed, so I just did. This came across my feed. This is a channel called Thou Shall Not Kill. If you two will let me get the link. Now, there's a video about, their opinion on a possible accomplice. I know we've been talking about that tonight, so I want to share that. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get the link ready here. Get that up there. This is about a possible accomplice, but we'll get to this in a second and we can get to some chat here. So they drove Kohberger's route to 1122 King Road. So this is going to be an interesting watch. And it does not make sense according to them either. And that's why he's asking, was there accomplice? Because maybe there was the silver Hyundai and there was the white Hyundai. Whoa, my computer just went empty screen here. All right, there we go. Could that be why they took the golf book? When she said there's somebody in the house, could have she picked up a golf club to go check it out and Brian say, it's okay, I'm here to help you, and she hit him with it? Well, the golf bag was downstairs because you remember when we saw the body cam from before, right before the crime took place, there was multiple golf bags in the background on that first floor from the front door where the parking lot was. So that could be very plausible, Pearl, where somebody that was downstairs picked up a golf club and went upstairs. Because BFs didn't have anything in the PCA, remember? So then it makes you wonder about the video we checked out from something millennial. What was it? I can't remember his channel. Boundaries Millennial or something like that from earlier in the show. Then it really makes you wonder about the golf club. But I don't know. The timeline don't make sense. We're going to get into it here shortly. We're going to check out a couple of these other videos, a harsh reality video, because I do enjoy watching harsh reality. Cassie, what are you doing? Because I have a question when it comes to one of these other videos we checked out and one of the routes that they're discussing, and I'm wondering if it has to do with the area that you were discussing a couple weeks ago with one of your theories. So let me know if you're available or when you are.
CJ, I hate to get off, but
oh, you're good.
It's
I
that
know it's
time and
late. Yeah, it's going to be a late show. I understand.
I will catch replay for the rest of it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that too. And I'll probably
No
be
problem.
doing my Henrietta episode tomorrow, the part 2. We'll probably be in the late morning, early afternoon. So if you're available and you're up, go ahead and hop in as well.
Okay, I will.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, you're welcome.
Night,
You
Kitty.
too. Night, Kevin.
Ooh.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm doing something else in the background. Just noticed something I've been looking for.
All right, Cassie. Yeah, I'll be doing part 2 of Henrietta probably tomorrow. Either late morning or early afternoon. And then probably doing another Idaho. We do need to get into Enon and all this other stuff. But I really do. We're going to finish up the other part 2 with the ant interview. And then some other updates. And then we really, for the next episode after that, which will probably be Monday, we really need to get into like the landlord's background, McFadden's parents' background, the Raptor system, CPS's involvement, how they do things when it comes to all this shit, the Oklahoma laws, why the kids were taken away from Holly prior. Just a bunch of different stuff to go into, but we definitely need to go into Enon, Emma, Demetrius, those as well. So the holiday weekend, I'll be catching up on a lot of the stuff that we haven't been able to get to the last couple of weeks that we've had to push back just because of updates and other things that have come out from the show. So this is going to be an episode about driving the routes. This is going to be a really cool watch. I appreciate the creator. Definitely going to start sharing them as well. Thou shalt not kill true crime. And this is them taking the route. Doesn't make sense to them. And they're asking as well, was there an accomplice? That's what we've been asking.
You guys really like that DoorDash video. Some good stuff, wasn't it?
Watching that too. There's a couple DoorDash. I got to talk to you about this DoorDash. It might be a man. We'll see. Why is it not?
When I get back home, we'll get into that, but I'm on a tight schedule, so I won't be back for a couple days. But
Here, let me refresh this real quick.
Well, hello, everyone. Good to see you again. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, we went through that body cam, Pam. I really think that it was her standing outside the property in the other body cam where they went to show up for a noise complaint when they were first walking out at the beginning of the body cam. I do believe, in my opinion, I think that she was there, Emma. I think that she had been to the property before, and I even think it's a possibility that those two are the ones that could have committed this as well. We'll get into that theory in a future episode when it comes to the Enon and all that other stuff. Trust me, we have explored that, and we're definitely going to be exploring that a lot more coming up this holiday weekend. And thank you all for your company. I appreciate it.
You guys really like that DoorDash video. It was some good stuff, wasn't it? When I get back home, we'll get into that, but I'm on a tight schedule, so I won't be back for a couple days, but we'll definitely talk about that. I want to thank all the new subs. You guys are amazing. The comment sections have been fantastic. Thank you so much. So today's video is I'm going to be doing the route of Brian Kohlberger on the morning of November 13th. I'm back here at Steptoe. So we're going to start from the beginning, and then we're going to go head out to Moscow. Now, there's a couple things about this route that raise a couple of red flags. We already addressed the Brent Kopacka issue, but there's two other discrepancies that happen on this that we need to address. He breaks off to a road called Indian Hills Road.
Yep.
Now, this is odd because, as I said previously, he thinks very tactically. You know, he's very calculated, and this move doesn't make a lot of sense. It's 5 minutes east of where the house is, where you could easily just cut through the college, and I'll show you that. So we're going to go through it, we're going to break it down, then we're going to go to the house, and we'll meet up there. All right, let's get to it. All righty, guys, how we doing? I'm here at the University of Idaho, right in front of the library. Now, I made a stop here for a couple of reasons, and one is for, of course, this is where the kids went, and number two is because of this road right here. Now, this road goes directly straight to the kid's house. It goes right to the front. We're going to break it down, then we're going to go to the house.
I wanted to leave a comment real quick, thanking him for his hard work.
Let's get to it. Alrighty, guys, how we doing? I'm here at the University of Idaho, right in front of the library. Now, I made a stop here for a couple of reasons, and one is for, of course, this is where the kids went. Number two is this right here. Now, this road goes directly straight to the kid's house. It goes right to the fraternity room, and this is the road that Kohlberger should have took, but instead he takes the main highway across the street.
Right.
Now, why would Kohlberger
That's what I've been asking.
deviate from the direct path to the house when he's very tactical and he's very critical in the way he thinks?
Exactly, man. We're on the
Is
same
he trying
path
to avoid
here.
the cameras? Because he didn't do a very good job. He was caught on a road called Indian Hills, which is 5 minutes east from the house. So it makes, once again, he makes another deviation from his path. So what I can think of is it's one of two things. If he's by himself, maybe he's so close and he freaks out and he kind of just needs a couple more minutes to calm down, reset, rethink. Maybe he did. Maybe he's like, do I really want to do this? But then he decides to do it. Or number two, him and Kopak are in the car and they freak out, or they get into an argument, or whatever happens. But for some reason, they decide not to take the direct path, to deviate. And it's very weird because once you see, I'm going to take you to this road, once you see where it's located, it does not make any sense. So, all right, guys, I'll see you there. Alrighty, guys, so we're here at the corner of Indian Hills and a Pony. Now, I invite you guys to Google Maps where Indian Hills Park is, which is where I am right now. This is it right here. And I want you to take a look at the neighborhood. Now, this is where Kohlberger got caught on camera. Now, he's not seen on camera, and it's one
What
of
a
these
great
houses right down here.
video.
The white Hyundai Elantra is next tracked going westbound on Indian Hills Drive, just east of Main Street in Moscow, around 3:26. And 2 minutes later, westbound on
Good
Steiner
night,
Avenue
Pearl.
at Main Street.
Thank you for
He's
your
not seen on
support.
camera driving until this spot right here. Now, it doesn't make any sense because that means he would have had to take this big long loop. And if you look down here,
Exactly.
these are neighborhoods. This road goes straight into those neighborhoods. So obviously he didn't go through there. So what happened is stops at the stop sign, makes a right, goes all the way straight down to Steiner, and then goes to Taylor, and then goes to the house. Now, why does he do this? This park is nowhere near the preferred route, the preferable, the smart route. So again, I have to ask, why is he out here? Did he have a freak out, or him and Kopaka fighting? Does he just want to stop, but Kopaka makes him? I don't know. These are the crazy questions that we have to ask because we just do not know. So now we're going to stop at the house.
Cassie, if you're still listening and you and your family member want to take a drive out there and get some footage just like this, Cassie, live on location. I told her she needs to be a reporter for the show. We'll get her a hat, CJ's Media, something. We'll get her a hat. We'll get it sent out to her so she can wear the CJ Media hat. We'll get her a microphone just to hold for fun. But you got to put your hand up, your finger up to your ear so you can,
Absolutely, that's what makes it.
so you can make sure that you're hearing me loud and clear. Yes, CJ. Yes,
Put it in the earbud just for effect.
I'm telling you. Get her some Tozos. Yeah, get her some Tozos. You know, because then she can hold the prop microphone, but it'll still pick up her voice from the Tozo.
True.
Yeah. So we need to make like a square thing that goes on the bottom of the microphone that has the Evil CJ logo on it, and then the other one has like Cassie on location logo. We need to make a Cassie on location logo.
You need to have a little video short too. You can hit it anytime you cut to her.
Oh yeah, breaking news. Yeah, breaking news. Like seriously. She has great theories, great points. Live on location. I think it would be an amazing venture, especially like have her own YouTube channel where anytime she makes an appearance with reports, she can save them to her own YouTube channel.
You mean like me, craft shows in my fedora?
Yeah. For real. It would be great. Because I told her, I was like, you know, you do such a great job, you know, with information and your theories and all this stuff. We need to highlight you too. And I think it'd be a great way to highlight her. And I think it'd be a hit, you know, her being a reporter live on location. Because, you know, like normally, because like with Cassie, you know, normally the live on location, you're just getting bare minimum stuff. But with her, you'll get interesting theories when it comes to the news and stuff. And I'm already, you know, whenever this thing does go to trial, I'm already putting a week back to save where I can take the whole first week off and cover the case hardcore from 8 to 4, maybe even 8 to 8. Cover the case hardcore for the first week of the trial whenever that happens. And I think it'd be great where maybe she can't always be out on location, but you know, you can get like a tree in the back or something, and we could always, you know, it's Cassie on location. So
I like trees.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. How far are you from East Palestine?
I don't remember exactly. Let me check. I'm pretty sure I'm within an hour. Hour and 22 minutes. Hour and 24 if you avoid tolls.
Meet up in Idaho for the I'm trying to get to Crime Con in September. I'm trying to get down there. That's my goal. Crime Con. I'm gonna take a little vacation later this year, sometime in the summer. I'm gonna take a little vacation. I'm gonna do some shows where you got nature in the background, doing some live shows outside and stuff. Got those coming up. So when I'm on vacation, I'll still be doing some live shows.
Sounds like a live stream I got planned for later this week or this coming week.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's a secret. Surprise.
Oh, it's a secret?
Yeah, I might have an evil idea, something to make everybody jealous, but hey.
Evil idea.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that video in a second. We'll just chit chat for a few.
Yeah, you never know what I got planned up my sleeve, man.
Did you see the new update I made for the show, man? So now we can always have the name showing up, because I used to have this banner.
Yeah, I was in here when you were talking about it.
Yeah. So now we can actually have the names always up there, and I still got the phone number and the panel information. So. Oh, I bet it is, Patty. I bet it is.
What?
Up in Idaho, right by Moscow. I don't even know how to pronounce it, so I don't want to butcher it. Coeur d'Alene, whatever. So why is it a surprise, man? What, you're going to be live on location somewhere?
I might be going to one of my favorite hiding spots, which might require the use of a kayak.
Oh, nice. Well, don't drop your phone in the water. Or is it waterproof? Is it one of those waterproof ones?
It is waterproof, but if I drop it in the water, I'll be going over areas that are as deep as 20 feet.
Mm.
So you drop it in the wrong spot, you're not getting it back.
Yeah. Well, if you go to Five Below, they have little things, because I'm going to use it when I go golfing. It's like a suction cup that holds a mobile device.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I
got
know what
like,
you're talking about.
Yeah, it's got like 20 suctions on it, so you can definitely secure it to something.
Well, the problem is kayaks have kind of a textured rough hull, so the suction cups don't hold to them at all.
Oh, that sucks.
I tried putting one on my kayak with my GoPro on it when I first got it, and I was like, what the heck? It would not stick to save my life.
I wish I had a GoPro.
They're fun.
I bet. Take you guys traveling with me. Maybe when I do go travel, I'll stream that. Talk to you guys while I'm driving. And then you guys can see the road. That'd be kind of fun too. I need to go out and do some nature stuff though. Kayaking sounds fun. I miss that shit.
I got 3 to my left, or four total, but three that you or I could use. Not that I'm trying to motivate you to come see me or anything.
Shit. I gotta go see Mama first. Shit. I ain't seen Mama in...
You haven't seen me longer.
Shit. Yeah, well, when you only see your family like once a year, it kind of, you know, the opportunities when they come, you gotta kind of...
Oh, no, I get it, man.
Yeah.
I get it.
So, all right, let's get back to this video here. I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit. This is pretty interesting. I have a feeling we're gonna start using some of these videos because this is some good shit, especially taking us through there. I think I'd rather have Cassie showing us this shit though. Just saying, Cassie.
Alrighty, guys. So we're here at the corner of Indian Hills and a pony. Now, I invite you guys to Google Maps where Indian Hills Park is, which is where I am right now. This is it right here. And I want you to take a look at the neighborhood. Now, this is where Koberger got caught on camera. Now, he's not seen on camera, and it's one of these houses right down here.
The white Hyundai Elantra is next tracked going westbound on Indian Hills Drive just east of Main Street in Moscow around 3:26. And 2 minutes later, westbound on Steiner Avenue at Main Street.
He's not seen on camera driving until this spot right here. Now, it doesn't make any sense because that means he would have had to take this big long loop. And if you look down here, these are neighborhoods. This road goes straight into those neighborhoods. So obviously he didn't go through there. So what happened is, stops at the stop sign, makes a right, goes all the way straight down to Steiner, and then goes to Taylor, and then goes to the house. Now, why does he do this? This park is nowhere near the preferred route, the preferable, the smart route.
Damn those brakes.
So again, I have to ask, why is he out here? Did he have a freak out, or him and Kopaka fighting? Does he just want to stop, but Kopaka makes him? I don't know. These are the crazy questions that we have to ask because we just do not know. So now we're going to stop at the house. And we're going to play out the 3 possible scenarios that could have happened there that night, because there's really only 3. It's either Brian Koberger did it by himself, he did it with Brent Kopaka, or we still have Emma Bailey and Demetrius Robinson on the table. And then after we talk about that, we're going to make a stop at Emma Bailey's house, and that's going to wrap it up for this video. All right, guys, meet you at the house. All right, everyone. So we made it back to the house from Indian Hills, and here we are. So, as I said, we're going to play out the 3 possibilities that happened here this night. So, Number 1 is a scenario that the mainstream media and that we all know is that Brian Koberger came back here by himself, and I believe the target was Maddie. And he came in.
We've wondered that too, Patty.
Through the back door right there. Went through, walked up the stairs, went to Maddie's room up here.
So this is what I'm saying. If you look at the bottom right here, there was 2 cinder blocks sitting right up against the part of this property right here. So with how tall he was, I'm thinking he could have stacked up the 2 cinder blocks, stood on top of him, launched himself just a little jump to propel himself right there on the bottom of the rail there, and then climbed up and over, which is definitely a possibility.
And unfortunately, Kelly was there too.
There was dirt disturbed in that section.
Took them out, went downstairs, heard Xana and Ethan, took them out, and then ran out the back door, unfortunately leaving no blood trail. Now, number 2 is the possibility that Brent Kopaka and Brian Koberger snuck in the back door, went upstairs, took care of business, then had to take care of Ethan and it's hard to say, sorry guys, then had to take care of Ethan and Xana, and then they went out the back door, which is very plausible because, as we've all said, I don't believe that Brian Koberger has the technical skill or the ability to kill 4 people in under 16 minutes. But Brent Kopaka sure does. That's for damn sure. So those are 2 possible scenarios right there. Number 3 is the Emma Bailey and Demetrius Robinson.
And see this parking area right here behind him? That's where I've talked about them possibly parking the vehicle as well. And then you just slide down the hill. Ain't nobody gonna notice anything different with some car that's parked there, even if it's a car they've never seen. You ain't even gonna think twice about it.
But it's an angle. Now, this one is very interesting because we're gonna go to Emma Bailey's house after this.
Damn, Cassie, get
And
some good close-up pictures
it's
too.
only less than a mile of a drive. Now, here's this possibility.
Yeah, they're talking about
Change
Moscow.
Oh no, they got the security back. Same guys. Here's a possibility.
So it's Indian Hills Road or Drive. They said road, but it's really drive. So they're referring to Moscow, Patty. And that was supposedly on the way there. So I'll bring up the Google for you here. I'll show you guys Indian Hills Drive. So Pullman is over here. Indian Hills Drive is right here. So this is where the surveillance was caught on. That one was Indian Hills Drive and Arrow Street where they intersect. And so this is the location of what the gentleman is talking about. Let me share it with real quick. So here is, we'll zoom back. Pullman's over here, which is Washington. Indian Hills Drive, where this is where he's talking about. Arrow Street and Indian Hills Drive is where that surveillance took place, and that's where he's talking about for that part of it when it comes to Indian Hills. Now this is the actual 1122 property.
They park probably right here in the front, right here, because they can. It's pretty much their house. They're dealing drugs out here. They're stashing drugs, so they can just park in the front. So,
but he is referring to Kopaka
right
being picked up.
She goes in the front door,
and them doing this together.
And they tag team it, like I said they did.
So anything that he's talking about, we'll go ahead and rewind it a little bit. So anything that he's talking about is him and pretty much this whole video. Okay, everybody, is him talking about BK and Kopaka together. Yeah, I think there was some confusion because when you asked if he picked somebody up, we had all talked about him possibly picking up Kopaka, and that's why his vehicle was found or spotted. I'll show you that again. You might have missed the show, Patty. Because we were talking about him possibly getting picked up on the way to the crime scene, and that's why when you look at this, and this is Kohberger's residence, he was down here, then he was picked up at this location, and Kopaka lives right here. So I think that's why there was some confusion there. But this whole video, he's talking about Kopaka and Kohberger doing these things together.
Drew walked upstairs, went to Maddie's room up here, and unfortunately Kelly was there too.
And here's the link for this video. It's a good watch.
Went downstairs, heard Xana and Ethan, took them out, and then ran out the back door, unfortunately leaving no blood trail. Now, number two, it's the possibility that Brian Kopaka and Brian Kohberger snuck in the back door, went upstairs, took care of business, then had to take care of Ethan and it's hard to say, sorry guys, then had to take care of Ethan and Xana, and then they went out the back door, which is very plausible because, as we've all said, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I know what you were saying,
Brian Kohberger.
I know what you were saying. That's why I went ahead and showed everybody where Indian Hills Drive was at, so that way everybody else understood as well.
Has the technical skill or the ability to kill 4 people in under 16 minutes.
Because there was confusion in chat, so I wanted to help clear it up for everybody.
So those are 2 possible scenarios right there. Number 3 is the Emma Bailey and Demetrius Robinson angle. Now, it was very interesting because we're going to go to Emma Bailey's house after this.
So this is Emma and Demetrius's angle on
only
his angle on
less than a mile of a drive. Now, here's this possibility. Oh, they changed security. Oh, no, they got security back. Same guys. Here's a possibility. They park.
It's a good video.
Probably right here in the front, right here. Because they can. It's pretty much their house. They're dealing drugs out here. They're stashing drugs. so they can just park in the front. So Emma parks right here, or whoever. She goes in the front door. He goes around through the back, and they tag team it, like I said they did.
Huh. Interesting.
Or they both go to get Xana, and unfortunately the girls are upstairs, and they get done in. Oh boy, somebody's coming to do some camera work here tonight.
Wow.
Send that for the news.
And they just have that stuff sitting out there. I'll kind of be going into a little bit more of what I think, Patty, about what took place over in that area after this video.
And then afterwards, Emma Bailey and Demetrius Robinson walk through the front door, get in the car, and then they drive to Emma Bailey's house. But I don't know, because they're not caught on camera. So maybe they hung out here for a little while, changed their clothes, and they could have walked there because it's very, very close. So anything is possible. There's the media right there. I wonder what they're coming to do. Should be very interesting. Alrighty, guys. So I'll meet you at Emma Bailey's house. Alrighty, guys. So this is Emma Bailey's house. So possible suspect of in the Brian Koberger case. Now, if you take a look, this is a very nice house. I don't want to get too close to it. But this is where she lives. Or lived. So it's a bit of a walk to the 1122 King Road. You have to take all these stairs right here that I'm going to walk you to right now. So I don't think they would be able to come out the back door. So they would definitely have to drive over here. So yeah, they would have to go up these stairs, and that's not possible. Now, it was a hard drive to get here. It's kind of like you have to go through cul-de-sacs and make like a bunch of like turns and stuff like that. So it's still a possibility that they may have something to do with it, but at this point, nobody knows. So, alrighty, guys, that's enough for me today. Thanks for stopping by. I got lots more coming. It's been a blast.
Yeah, and we'll check out some of those other videos. So this is kind of what I think. I don't know. The shit don't make sense. All right. That's why we're going to be going through this here in a little bit. Freaking, if they were riding together, there's two things of why I think they were all, because when they came, or he or they, it was this route right here on 8, and then that switches to Troy Road. Now, why does it keep popping up? I think down here is they were riding through back streets, not to pick anybody up, but it was either because they were either trying to stall time, he or they were either trying to stall time, thinking about or trying to prepare themselves for what they're about to commit, or there was some kind of disagreement if there was multiple people. Who knows? I think they were just, it was a stall tactic or a tactic to prepare, some kind of tactic to where the time was needed for some reason, whether it was the fake DoorDash delivery, whether it was an argument, a conversation, preparing to do the crime, whatever it was. There were so many taking place that night too. So I don't think it was necessarily to pick somebody up. Because I think if it was to pick somebody up, I don't think they would have, I don't think, if it's BK, I don't think he would have went down south all the way through the city unless he would have had to. Otherwise, I think he would have went this way, which is the rural route, which you're not going to get caught on as many cameras in the city as you would right here. I think the reason that he rode through here was to go pick somebody up or to go meet somebody to prepare for it, because that was at 2:44 when it was caught on surveillance here. So if at 2:44 the crimes didn't take place till a few after 4, well, it don't take but 15 minutes to get to Moscow. So what if they weren't chilling? Maybe BK showed up to Kopaka and that's where they got dressed. That's where they got everything ready. That's where they were getting everything set to go do the crime that they were going to do if they were doing it together. Then they take off and head over here, and then maybe there's stall tactic, prepare, whatever. Then they go by the A&W restaurant from Steiner, A&W, and then they go commit the crime. This was a good channel. Thou shall not. Whoa. Pretty good stuff. Now there is some stuff, more stuff about this DoorDash driver not being a female, being a male. So we'll check out one of those. I want to see what other videos this guy has real quick. Oh, this is... Oh, same guy. This was the Jack in the Box DoorDash was a man, not a woman video. Same person. Cool. I was going to go to this one next. Yeah, very good information here. I'm definitely excited to check out more from this channel.
So did you guys really think I was going to come all the way to Jack in the Box to see some tops? No, of course not. How we doing? Good to see you again. Thank you so much for stopping by. You guys really enjoyed yesterday's video. I really appreciate it. So I'm here at the Jack in the Box in Pullman. This is the one right near Koberger's house. Now it is on the corner of Grand and Stadium Way. Now I very quickly walked around the property and I wanted to immediately point this out to you. Okay, not only is it a 24-hour drive-through, but what do we see right near the lights? That's right, plenty of cameras. So I'm very certain this is probably where the DoorDash would have come in through that door right there. So that camera probably most likely has some camera footage that would be very valuable to us, like who the DoorDash driver is. Now it has been confirmed that it is a girl with black hair. And if I could get someone to talk to me today about anything, okay, all I need confirmation is if she's wearing a headband and some bracelets. If she's wearing a headband and some bracelets, guess what, everybody? That's Emma Bailey. And then we got a whole new ball game. Let's see if I can work my magic and get some people to talk. Now I got to be kind of sneaky about it, so I can't just come in blazing in with a camera. So we're gonna have to figure this out. Probably gonna have to lay it down. Won't be able to get anybody on, but I'll see what I can do. And then we're gonna have the Brian Koberger special, a couple of vegan tacos. And we'll see where he used to sit, if I can figure that out. All right, walking in the door, see what we can do. Hey, good, brother. Got tacos, right? Yeah. I guess I'll be, how many, two?
Yeah, it's 2 for 1 order of tacos.
Okay, how much?
$1.99.
Okay, cool. I'll take a couple of those.
2 orders of those?
Just one order, yeah.
The taxes and tickets.
Order. I just have a question. Would there be anybody here that could possibly talk about the night of November 13th?
She's a little busy right now.
I'll wait.
I don't know. Anybody else will probably be able to talk to you about that?
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Alrighty, guys, got my tacos. Gonna find a seat, see where he would sit. And hopefully he said somebody will come and talk to me. So we'll see. All right, I'll get back to you. Well, guys, guess what? I was able to work my magic, and I found out 100% confirmation, and I have the recording of who the DoorDash driver is.
Oh, wow.
Here it is. Okay, so his name's Aaron, the DoorDash driver. Where can I, like, what is he?
DoorDash DoorDasher, his name is Aaron. He likes to say he can't find the address of the customer so he can eat the food. He canceled the order for us to have to remake it for another DoorDasher to take. Keep an eye out, team. Huh. Wow, and that's from a worker. See the gloves around the hand? So that was shared. Interesting.
He looked like. This is the only picture of him I have.
He's a big guy. Okay, hold on.
I don't think he.
Can I take a picture of your screen?
I don't think he DoorDashes here no more. Like, didn't you get him off the route?
Yeah, because he was eating the food.
Yeah,
Eating your food.
Yeah, he was saying
Okay,
that he couldn't
sorry
find the house and then we'll cancel the order.
Well, they were saying it was a girl. Now they're saying so.
He's the one that. Well, at least he was.
The first video a long time ago came out where they were talking to people at Jack in the Box, and the people behind the counter were just saying it was a girl with black hair. This, it makes you wonder because this person actually has a photo. The other people, it was just an audio recording of a girl asking a couple guys at the register, and it was just a recording. This actually has a picture with it, so I'm interested because he asked him, I want to talk to somebody about the 13th that night, and this is what they're talking about.
How do you know it isn't photoshopped, though? I mean, that's my question.
Well, he just happened to have somebody come up to him out of the blue. I mean, I don't think it's photoshopped. I think it was a message that was sent out to all the people, whether it was a collective effort of DoorDash drivers and people who routinely deal with the DoorDash people. It's a small community, and somebody's stealing, basically, if you're just getting orders canceled because somebody, quote, can't find the address and then it's eating food. It's a theft problem. And so they're sending out the message to all the members just to kind of keep an eye out for this person in case they encounter any kind of suspicious activity. And so when this gentleman here that has this YouTube channel is going up and asking him, hey, I just want to talk to somebody about that night and who the DoorDash driver was. And this worker pulls up a phone that was shared about a month ago, 4/26/23. So it's about a month old. So it was probably one of those things like, hey, it was either this is or, but they're saying, yeah, this is the DoorDash driver the night and he's the one. So I don't know. I've heard multiple. Now, this is just this guy's. There was another interview that we checked out from a couple nights ago of a DoorDash worker that also stated it was a male. So it's multiple, but at the same time, the source is a Jack in the Box counter person worker. So you also have to consider the source. But when it comes to the common sense is telling me that it's more than likely a male than a female at this point. Well, we won't know until the trial, unfortunately. But this is what we have to go off of. Appreciate this guy for going out there and asking the questions. That's awesome.
So this is the DoorDash driver that night.
He's the one that, well, at least he was telling us he was.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was right after it happened.
So he was telling them.
Well, see, guys, that's why you hit the pavement and you go ask the questions yourself. There's so much misinformation out there. It was not a girl with black hair. It's some big dude, probably mid-30s or 40s, who's stealing the food and he got fired. This is why you don't listen to the mainstream media, and you got to be careful who your sources are. You want to know the truth, you got to go find it yourself. Alrighty, guys. So I needed to have a quick chat with you actually about some of the information in this video. So I want to let you know that in the beginning, when I said I had confirmed that the DoorDash driver was a girl with black hair, that was the information that I had currently at the time, and I came to that conclusion through a source of mine. Now, I'm pretty sure you know who this guy is. His name is JLR Investigates, and he has a video called, hold on, I want to make sure I get this right. Breaking, DoorDash delivery driver was a woman. So that was the information that I had before I went into the Jack in the Box. As you saw, that completely changed.
And that's the
after I
one that
came
we
out.
had watched.
And I'm going to tell you why that information was told to JLR.
Oh,
Now,
good. Here's some background.
I asked those 3 employees why there is so much misinformation coming out of that Jack in the Box about who that DoorDash driver is.
Yeah, me too.
And all
Pam.
3 of them looked at each other at the same time and said to me, no, man, you're being lied to. Because there's 2 guys there specifically that are giving out misinformation. And I don't know why they're doing it, but they're being very irresponsible, and it's just absolutely wrong. So this is not JLR's fault. He does good work. I have nothing bad to say about him, but unfortunately he was told misinformation by this one kid. Now, the conclusion that I've come to is that I believe the 3 people that I talked to because they told a consistent story at the same time. They were not coerced. I didn't know them. They don't know me. And the kid who showed me the picture of the DoorDash driver, he pulled out his phone on his own. I did not ask. So 3 versus 1 wins every time. 3 stories versus 1 will win. So in my opinion, I think we got the DoorDash driver. His name is Aaron. And we're
Wow.
gonna go hunting
He
for
didn't
him,
even ask for
'cause
it.
he needs to start talking because he might know something very important.
He didn't
Plot
even
thickens,
ask for it.
guys. So I will keep my nose to the ground and I will keep hunting. We're gonna figure this out, like I said. So thanks for stopping by.
Cool. Good videos, man. I'm glad I came across the channel. And there it is again. I'll put the link in chat if you'd like to hit sub real quick. Good stuff. Definitely check out some of these other ones in the future. This is interesting. He says Maddie and Xana were the target and Ethan and Kaylee were at the wrong place at the wrong time. That's interesting. Possibly connected to the DoorDash. Let me check that one out real quick.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by.
I need to see if this guy'd like to hop on sometime. I'd like to ask him. He's got a lot of stuff about Emma Bailey and Demetrius Robinson. I'd like to ask him what his thoughts and theories are on all that shit. It's pretty interesting shit.
Bye, and I hope you're having a wonderful week. We made it to Friday. The weekend is almost here. Thank God. Thank you to all the new subscribers that have subscribed. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, great
It means
channel.
a lot to me. So thank you very much. All right, so today's video is going to be about Emma Bailey and this guy named Demetrius Robinson. I'm sure you've heard these names been swirling around the rumor mill the last month or so. I haven't really jumped on it because I wanted to make sure there was some validity to it. And it looks like there is some validity to it. So we're going to look into these 2 pieces of human garbage. I'll give you a brief background and synopsis of them. So right here, bushy eye, old bushy eye over here. Take a look at those eyebrows. That is Emma Bailey. So she's from Moscow, Idaho. She's 22 years old. She's an aspiring model. And somehow, some way, these 2 met last year. Basically, he's the pimp of her. And Demetrius Robinson is not a good dude. He's got a long rap sheet, violent dude. He's been around the block many times. So both these 2 are drug dealers. That's been confirmed. Emma lived only 3 minutes away from the 1122 King Road residence. Okay, I'll say that again. She only lived 3 minutes away from the King Road residence. So it's pretty easy to establish if she's a local drug dealer, and that was the local drug dealing house. Probably running her operation with this guy out of there. So these two are currently in jail right now in Lewis County, which is a county in Washington. Specifically, Centralia is the city. So they got booked for dealing drugs to a ex-fraternity president from the University of Idaho, and he OD'd on fentanyl. So that happened sometime last month, and so that's where they are currently right now. Now, why am I bringing these two up? Well, because we have finally established a connection. Emma Bailey has been caught on camera on a body cam footage that you're about to see now.
That's what I think. Yeah, here we go.
In September from a noise call. So, okay, so she's been established to be there.
I feel she was
I'm also
there
going
too.
to show you. There's this girl that I'm going to show you her video. Her name is Jules of All Trades. She's going to break down the two photos and the two body cams, and then afterwards, I'm going to tell you my theory and what I think happened that night involving these two. Let's get into it.
But in the meantime, when they were talking to her, they brought up Emma Bailey, and they mentioned something that another channel talked about, but I can't recall which channel they mentioned. They have comparisons for the body cam footage from back in September when the cops were brought over to King Road for a noise complaint, and then the body footage of Emma Bailey's DUI arrest from back in February. Take a look at these photos.
Yeah, the scarf.
Now take a look at these photos.
I don't know about you guys, it looks like the same girl, and she's going to explain why. Look at the headband.
Right.
To me, that's the same girl. Having that headband on her hair is not a very common hairstyle. And we are told that Emma Bailey has a connection to one of the roommates. And apparently, though, it's the one that never lived there, which is something else that I'm trying to figure out here. But do you see the headband? And do you see her face?
Guys, that's the same girl.
You're
Look at
blocking
that.
her face,
You
man.
can tell by the eyes, the headband, the nose. That is Emma Bailey.
We'll have to go to the.
And do you
Jewels of
see
All
those
Trades.
bracelets on her arm?
Yep.
Yep.
To me, this is Emma Bailey, and I could be wrong, which is why I want you guys to take a really close look and tell me what y'all think in the comments. This would definitely show that Emma Bailey was at the King Roadhouse at one point.
So there we go, guys. We have an established connection now. So it never made sense to me why Koberger had any connection to these people. It hasn't been established on social media. We haven't been able. He lived in Pennsylvania, okay, and then he moved to Washington State in June, I believe. So he was there for no more than 5 months. It hasn't been established what connection, if any, he has with these kids. That's why he has the motive and the connection never made any sense. Starting to now, though.
On this body cam footage. And if she really did know someone that was on the lease at that house, I highly doubt that was the first or the last time that she was there. So again, take a really close look at these and let me know what you guys think.
Okay, well, here's what I think, and this is going to be a hypothetical. So since it's been established that this was a drug house and that most likely people were dealing drugs or at least stashing drugs at this house, I would jump to conclusions that something happened between Emma Bailey, and Demetrius Robinson and some of the people that lived at this house. Now, what I'm going to say is that maybe somebody stole some drugs from them, or somebody owed them a shit ton of money. Now, who in that house has a unfortunate situation where their mother is a drug addict? That would be Xana. Who was the one that had a DoorDash delivery at 4 a.m. of all times in the morning from Jack in the Box that night or that morning? That would be Xana.
Interesting shit.
It has also been established that Emma Bailey, JLR Investigates, has confirmed this. Go watch that his video on this as well. That he has called Emma Bailey's mother, and that she has confirmed that Emma Bailey used to be or was a DoorDash driver.
Wow.
So is it too much to
We
think
thought
that maybe
that.
on that night something happened and Demetrius, who is her pimp / boyfriend / whatever promoter, basically he mentally owns her. So it's some way somehow he got robbed, or Xana's mother screwed him out of money, or whatever happened, and he had it, and he's gonna go to collect. So he gets Emma Bailey to order the DoorDash. She goes and picks it up, and this is also where this is majorly suspect. JLR Investigates also has confirmed this as well. He's called the Jack in the Box,
And isn't it interesting? We were discussing this shit last week. These possibilities when it comes to this theory of those two individuals being involved. The fake DoorDash, the person that ordered it is the one that delivered it. Beyond what he was talking about a minute ago with the screenshot with the dude on the phone, where we were talking about E possibly being the fake DoorDash as a decoy setup to gain access. Very interesting video here. Very interesting information. I'd like to talk to this guy sometime.
Pullman, and they have confirmed that the DoorDash driver was a girl and that she had black hair. Emma Bailey is a woman, and she's got black hair, and she used to be a DoorDash driver. So who's to say that she went to go pick up the DoorDash, goes to Jack in the Box, and Demetrius is in the front seat with her.
That too,
They
Pam.
drive all the way out to Moscow. She gets out of the car. She's already dressed all in black. Might have a mask on ready for her. And she goes to the front door. Demetrius goes to the back, and they tag team in that house.
Wasn't like one of the Venmos or whatever quoted as DoorDash?
Okay. Now I haven't figured out who did what. I'm thinking maybe Emma walked in the front door and she went upstairs and took care of the girls, and then Demetrius took care of Xana and Ethan on the bottom, and then they walked out the front door and didn't close it, and that's why it was open in the morning.
Huh.
But that's just my theory on that. But then that doesn't explain why Brian Koberger is pinged at that time and why he's around the residence. The only thing I can think of, this is hypothetical, is that
Visiting
maybe
a
he's
friend's house?
going there to go see Bethany, and he parks in the back, and he hears something or sees something happening on the top floor.
Kevin.
And
Yeah.
so he goes,
You hear what he's saying, bro?
A little bit.
He
I
went
zoned
there.
out for a minute.
He went there. Check this out. This is what you were talking about the other night, how he was possibly there and then saw and maybe possibly tried to help. Wasn't even the person that committed the crime, but was peeping or going there for a visit and saw. Yeah, don't zone out on this, buddy. Check this out. This is more of what we were talking about earlier.
it was open in the morning. But that's just my theory on that. But then that doesn't explain why Brian Koberger is pinged at that time and why he's around the residence. The only thing I can think of, this is hypothetical, is that maybe he's going there to go see Bethany, and he parks in the back, and he hears something or sees something happening on the top floor. And so he goes in, and he goes upstairs, and he opens the door, and he sees Maddie and Kaylee there, and he walks over, and he kind of is like, what the hell happened? And he sees the knife sheath, and he picks it up, and that's how his DNA gets on there. And then he realizes what happened. He freaks out, and he runs out the back door. Maybe that's who Dylan saw ran out the back door with the bushy eyebrows,
Wow.
the black
Yeah, and the black mask.
Or was that Emma? I don't know. You guys let me know what you think.
Huh.
This case just gets crazier and crazier and crazier.
Yeah.
And I love every minute of it. All right, guys. Take care. Till the next one. And
Good videos. A lot of different theories, that's for damn sure. I wanted to cover some breaking news real quick. There's I don't know. I have a feeling this is going to be something else coming out here soon.
KOAT Action 7 News. This is breaking news.
We're cutting into the hockey game right now with this breaking news out of Red River tonight. Just after 5:30, officials say a shooting incident occurred there on Main Street. This happened during the Red River Memorial motorcycle rally happening this weekend. A viewer sent in this video. The mayor of Red River confirming to us moments ago there are multiple victims in this incident. Video from the scene showing state police officers arriving shortly after the incident. We do know they are helping in the investigation. We have a crew on the way there, and we'll bring you more information as it becomes available.
Fucking another mass shooting. Fucking nuts. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's the shit that we were talking about earlier in the week. It sounds.
That's what
like
I
a
mean.
definite
It's
possibility.
That's what I mean. This case has so many possibilities that I can't. It's confusing me way too much. Like, I still think what I said initially could very well be what happened, but I can't say beyond the shadow of a doubt that it's what I think anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's all opinions and speculation anyway. And, I wouldn't expect other people to be as caught up, as all of us that kind of get into it every day, or see what's going out, things like that. We're definitely pretty caught up, but, it's just common sense approach. You know what I'm saying? It definitely seems plausible to me, when it comes to the evidence and the differences in the surveillance footage and all that other stuff. All right, so there's another channel that I was gonna check out here, Cluminati, and this is talking about maybe possibly her opinion. We checked one of her videos out in the past, but this is about about how there could be a mistrial. So I definitely want to explore this. We'll be getting into the Google stuff in a little bit. If you got to check it out on replay, totally understand. I know it is getting late. And then I got a timeline from Sleuthy Goosey, so I want to thank her for that information. Off of Twitter.
All right, so I want to talk about Kohberger's actual odds for a fair trial, in my opinion, and how
I agree with that.
it's already kind of being shown that it's not probably gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
I first want to get into the judge in this case. Ironically, his name is Judge, or he would be called Judge, but it's Judge John Judge. Anyway, it's funny and fun to say.
That's a
Judge
great name.
So it's
Yeah.
widely known that a judge has a job in a courtroom, and it is to remain impartial, which means treating all rivals or disputants equally, fair, and just. So for a judge to remain impartial, they would obviously have to be free of any bias or prejudice, right? And in this article, we read even facial expressions and body language can convey to parties, lawyers, jurors, the media, others, his or her appearance of any bias or prejudice.
Kill and murder Dana Kernodle. Excuse me.
And he's like mimicking it.
Performance of judicial
He's
authority
like
should
even saying it.
evince
Seems like he was saying their
emotionlessness.
names when the
Say
judge
that
was
3
messing them
times
up.
fast. Here's the definition of events, but basically what it means is they should appear at all times, emotionless. At the very least, they must undertake emotion work to regulate their emotions to present the image or outward appearance in the courtroom they believe to be appropriate when presiding over cases. So, a recent research study concluded that most judges try to faithfully apply the law, even when it leads them to conclusions they don't like. But when the law is unclear, the facts are disputed, or they possess wide discretion, their decisions can be influenced by their feelings about litigants. So, how is this relevant to the Idaho case? Well, one recent study indicated that a judge's affinity for their children affects their decisions, and a failure to regulate their emotions, their own emotions, may lead to a violation of the applicable codes or rules of judicial conduct. Let's talk about Linda, the bank teller. So, Linda is 31 years old, single, outspoken, and very bright. She majored in philosophy, and as a student, she was deeply concerned with issues of discrimination and social justice. And she also participated in anti nuclear demonstrations. Knowing her background, which statement about Linda is more likely true? Linda is a bank teller and is active in the feminist movement, or Linda is a bank teller? Undoubtedly, there's probably a few of you who picked the first option. Linda is a bank teller and active in the feminist movement. So the Linda scenario illustrates really nicely how excessive reliance on intuition can lead to poor judgment. So more than 80% of the participants in the study chose option 2, regardless of whether they were novice, intermediate, or expert statisticians. However, the probability of two events occurring in conjunction is always less than or equal to the probability of either one occurring alone. This is what's fallacy. Even though logically we should not pick option 2, we consider that option more likely to be correlated with what Linda did in college. With her special background, Linda is representative of someone who is a feminist. This is due to heuristics, I think is how it's said. Don't quote me on that, and don't be in the comments, oh, you said that wrong. A mental shortcut that allows an individual to make a decision, pass judgment, or solve a problem quickly and with minimal mental effort. While heuristics can reduce the burden of decision making and free up limited cognitive sources, they can also be costly when they lead individuals to miss critical information or act on unjust biases. Now let's get into how this would affect the jury. So emotions influence what information people process, what they remember, and how they react. Everyone, I'm sure, has that one memory that you can think of and recall super clear, super sharp, because there were so many emotions involved in that moment. I think of 9/11, for example. Everyone pretty much in the world remembers where they were when they found out about that incident. I know I do. I was in my high school homeroom, walked in, saw it on the TV. That's a memory that I will never forget. And in some cases, an emotional response can completely determine people's judgments, preempting any rational or deliberative choice. Long story short, this is not a good look if any judge becomes emotional and visibly upset. If a judge does not follow the law and makes rulings and decides cases according to that judge's own personal, political, religious views, whatever, then that judge is not fair and impartial. Also, if a judge is not fair and impartial, then one or both parties are denied their fundamental constitutional.
Whoa, so is she trying to say that, is that how he's going to be exonerated, where he's convicted of a crime but later cleared
Could be.
So if he gets convicted, is she saying if he gets convicted, he's going to say that it was an unfair trial based on the judge's unfair and impartial decisions? Whoa. So he's going to be playing the judge? He's like going to be playing a mind game with the judge to set traps for him? So that way, if he does get convicted, he can get exonerated based on. Interesting.
Right to due process of law. In the case of Koberger, I find this
Huh.
to be extremely problematic, especially when there are news articles, multiple news articles reporting things like this.
Crime Network, I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, Brian Koberger was seen in a courtroom in Idaho for the first time since January, where he was arraigned on the charges of first-degree murder and felony burglary to commit murder in the courtroom of Judge John Judge, like the rest of us, getting choked up as he read the indictment for the slayings of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Zana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin.
Huh. I don't know. That's a long shot, though. I mean, I guess it's one of the cards in your hand. You know, when you're playing with a deck of cards, it's one of the cards
Yeah.
into your hand where, you know, it's like, well, I could try and get off here. I can try to get off this way.
Yeah.
All right, one more harsh reality, and then we'll get into this Google stuff. Share the channel real quick. This is 3 things that were ignored. I'm sure, Pam. I'm sure it's gonna be a chess match between the defense and the prosecution.
It always
I'm
is.
sure. Yeah, this is gonna be like high level shit.
Well,
though, I
good
think.
morning. How is everyone? I hope you're all well. You're looking fantastic today. Is it because it's Saturday? Or for some of you time travelers out there, it's Sunday probably? I don't know. Anyway, straight into the meat and potatoes. Now, hold on. Actually, back up. I am hoping to do a live tomorrow. Now, we've got everything nearly completely set back up after our slight mishap. Yes. So keep your eyes peeled. That is the plan. Now, I go away on Monday, so hopefully I can slot a quick live in with you guys tomorrow. But anyway, quick, let's get into it. So there's been, first of all, we've got a few things to touch on. First of all, I've had multiple emails regarding Brian Koberger's parents.
I'm sure she
hiring
does.
a crime scene reconstruction team.
I'm sure she does because
now
the way
this
she took
is
the
not
case
a new
over-
thing, but this isn't something.
The way that she took the case over when he was still in the PA court system, Patty. I'm sure she got her shit together. We did one of the first episodes when we found out that she took over the case, and she was taking over the case. We did a show on the attorney Ann Taylor, and I'm telling you, if you look up her background, Patty, you will be amazed at what this lady's been able to do and what she specializes in. Trust me.
Thing that they've done recently. This is
It's
going
all-
back to January. And
It's all about protocol, and trust me. Look up the background, Patty. You'll be amazed what you'll discover. She's about her shit.
wasn't actually Brian Koberger's parents who hired the team either. I think it was pushed by the New York Times that it was Brian Koberger's parents, but it was actually Brian Koberger's defense team. So there's been a few questions surrounding how did he afford it, yada yada yada. Well, ultimately, his defense team, they got one in, and you can find that. So, second on the agenda is I don't even know why I did it to myself. I think I do it so you guys don't have to do it, and that is looking at a News Nation video. Now, there's obviously swirling now around the death penalty situation because they've got only a few more days before they make the application to go for the death penalty in this case. Now, I think it's pretty much guaranteed that that's what's going to happen. When you listen to the likes of Steve Gonsalves, who has clearly made his point, made his point very clear how he stands on it. And look, I think if you've got somebody who has done a heinous crime like this, there is going to be a huge argument for, look, you can't get much worse than this, and there is only one punishment. But I get and understand that there are people who are totally against the death penalty, and even in these situations, it's just that, isn't it? Is an eye for an eye really the way to go? Is that the kind of world that we want to be part of? But I'm staying out of that argument. I'm staying out of it. But this is going to take me on to something very important that I do feel that we need to speak about. And this is going to be quite a thought-provoking question. But what I want to do before I ask you, which kind of all ties this in together, is I want to recap on some elements of this case. And look, let's get into these three things. Three things that have kind of we've touched on, but they've kind of been forgotten about. And that is, in this case, there was a news report that came out, or not a news report, it was something that came out. It was all over the internet, and then it very, very quickly disappeared. In fact, there was two stories that came out, and they very, very quickly disappeared. The first one was with regards to the connection between Brent Kopacker and Brian Koberger. It's very hard when you're saying them two names together because they are they're so similar. They're so similar. But yeah, so there was posts that seemed to say that Brent and Brian were indeed people who hung out together. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of that because I think that's a little bit unfair, or do I, for the purpose of it. So they were apparently doing narcotics together. That's what they were doing. They were doing narcotics together, according to these posts. Now, we obviously don't know if that's true whatsoever. We don't. It could be when people say they've debunked it. How do you debunk something? There's so many things that can be said to be being debunked, but how do you truly debunk something? Does anybody truly know whether Brian and Brent were hanging about together? They were doing stuff together. But anyway, I'll get to the point soon. There was also another story that came out with regards to some photographers or some students who had cameras out there. They were doing astrophotography, apparently. That was the story behind it. They had cameras set up around that area. They were doing astrophotography for a study. Now, right back in the early days of this, someone within that study group was part of a group, and they released information that on that night they had caught a female running away from 1122 King Road. And there was uproar within that group. That person very quickly then had to try and retract that, and then he was removed from the group. And I thought to myself, that's a really odd story. You may remember I covered this more extensively when it very first came out, because we was kind of watching it unfold, because it was simply like someone had said something that was like, oh shit, now we're in the shit. So things like that. And also, most importantly, the other story was with regards to Maddie and Kaylee when they were walking from the grub truck, and we've heard this recording that clearly, and look, this isn't hearsay, this isn't speculation, this isn't something that has been debunked. This is something that is out there. It's out there. You can go and find it. You can go and listen to it. I think in one of my earlier videos I've probably got that recording as well. I think we cleared it up. cleaned it up, not cleared it up, cleaned it up. There is no clearing this up, and you'll know what I'm talking about. When they're talking about what did you say to Adam, and that is, I told him everything, and it sounds like the response to that is they're going to get you for this. And lo and behold, just a few hours later, we have a situation where we've got 4 victims on hands. Which leads me into asking you a question. And I just want you to be, when you think about this, this is for both camps. This is for the people who think Brian Koberger is innocent, for the people who think Brian Koberger is guilty, the people who are in the middle and think that, yes, he could be guilty, but there's more involved. But this question goes equally to everybody, because this is very, very likely going to be said in the next few days. This is going to be a death penalty case. So Brian Koberger will be going to trial for his life. And let that sink in, let that settle. So with that being said, do you feel that there is enough evidence, what you've seen, and even if there is loads of evidence that ties Brian Koberger to the property, they've got his car apparently, and there's a link in the description of this, and this is craziness. This is News Nation talking about the overwhelming evidence against Brian Koberger. They actually state that the evidence is overwhelming. Is there really overwhelming evidence? Is it important to you that they just get Brian, and that's enough for you? That's enough, and the why it happened simply isn't important. It's not relevant. You don't care. That's a real honest question. Is it to get every piece of information out there, why this happened? Because I feel more than ever in this Idaho 4 case that it's extremely important to find out why this happened. Now, do people just feel that this was indeed completely random? Brian Koberger up sticks one morning, like I've said, drove over here and just done it completely randomly. Was he stalking this house? If he was stalking this house, why? Was it targeted? Why was it targeted? Why was this specific house targeted? Because if you remember early on, there seemed some confusion over whether the house was targeted or whether there was an individual within that house that was targeted. Let's not forget that some of them weren't even supposed to be there. Some of them had just returned. Some of them didn't even live there. They were just staying over. So how did somebody know exactly who would even be in that house? Which kind of narrows down who the target could have been if you want to go down the route of an individual target within the house. But why that person? Is that important? Or is it just enough to say, he was there, we've got evidence that pretty much points to the fact that it must be him because there's no one else, and that's enough to take the guy's life?
It is a great
question. And I want both
okay.
camps to answer that. The people who
I
are
appreciate his theories and
100% sure that Brian Koberger was involved.
He makes
or he
you
did it
think
and he
too.
did it alone. Did it alone. That's the important thing, isn't it? Even those who turn around and say Brian Koberger is guilty, are you saying Brian Koberger 100% did this on his own? And I'll ask one more time. Is that important? Or do you just want Brian to be punished? As I personally think, there is more to this story. And I think the why is incredibly important. I think that if anybody else is involved at all on the peripheral, then they need to be brought to justice too. Now, is there
Exactly.
anyone who knows? But there are stories
If
that
they're
would
still
point
around.
towards the fact that there could be other people who were aware of what was going on, or something happened, and it's too much. I don't even want to go into this damn 8-hour delay and how many other people were over at this house before law enforcement even arrived. I don't even want to go down there. We've done it to death. But are you guys who just want Brian
Dave
punished
NWS,
willing
Mom
to
spoke
just
about
forget all that?
the
Forget
Snapchat
the
thread.
conversation. Forget the camera that apparently picked someone up. Forget everything. The conversation between Kaylee and Maddie. You're happy to forget it all. We're going to get you. They're going to get you. What did you tell them? I told them everything. What was that conversation? Could that have sparked something? Was that with reference to anything to do with Brian? Or someone that Brian
too.
knew? Someone from Washington State University?
What was that conversation about?
Are you happy for just Brian's head to roll on this?
Told Adam everything.
And never to learn anything else in the background about what happened. Remember the Kylie Rodney case and what happened there? Was all the answers given there? Was all the answers given in the Kylie Rodney case? Who knows? As long as some people get what they want and their thought process is consolidated, I guess. Anyway, I'm done. Like I say, hopefully do a live tomorrow. But until then, okay.
Good video. That's why I play a lot of these creators that I run across, because it makes you think, you know. That's a good question too, Pam. Pam says if Kopaka was on a passed before BK left for Pennsylvania, why did he ask if someone else was arrested? Very good question. Very good question. Because the body cam was when they went there. He wasn't arrested for the crime until a few weeks later. Very good question. So this is Sleuthy Goosey. Here's the document. I'll share the document. This is the whole timeline of the whole case. And it also has the timeline of the driving. So there's the link for this in chat. I'll let it load up here. All right. Now, right here on 11/12, 11/13, the night 11/12, morning 11/13. This is what took place here. What a great timeline. Thank you, Sleuthy Goosey, for this. Let me actually, let me get rid of this. Let me get the Twitter handle up here. There we go. So it was WSU's Parents Weekend, Day 3, final day. According to Xana's father, Jeffrey, spoke to her father for the last time, and he stated that she told him she was hanging out at home with her boyfriend. Oh, wow. It even has the articles that you can click on. Wow, what an amazing timeline from Sleuthy. Gosh, this has to be a lot of work. So Dylan and Bethany arrive home at 1. Kaylee and Madison seen on Twitch live stream at the grub truck. We went through that. I still have that. If you need it, let me know and I can send you the link as long as it's still up. 1:30, 1:45. BF estimates that Ethan and Xana returned to the King Road residence around 1:45. 1:56, a private party. Eric reported that he dropped off Kaylee and Madison at the residence. 2 a.m., both Dylan and Bethany made statements during interviews that indicated that the occupants of King Road were all home at this time at 2 a.m. Kaylee's first call to Jack was at 2:26. At 2:42, BK's phone using cellular resources at his residence, 1630 Northeast Valley Road. At the same time, Kaylee makes additional calls to Jack, total of 5. So at 2:44, the white sedan consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1 observed on WSU CCTV traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. So that's the location where that Washington building on Google is what I'm talking about. That's at 2:44. At 2:44, Kaylee calls Jack a 6th time, and then Madison tries to also call twice. So at 2:45 to 3:15, the white light-colored sedan seen on CCTV traveling west on Taylor Avenue towards the crime scene, per landlord. So at 2:47, BK's phone using cellular resources southeast of BK's residence, consistent with the phone leaving and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. That's when the phone was shut off. So at 2:42, left the house, and at 2:47 shut the phone off. So the phone was still on when he was seen at Nevada Street and Northeast Stadium, where I showed you on Google. What kind of car did Emma drive? Well, Demetrius's brother had a white Elantra, light-colored Elantra as well. So everything in green is according to the timeline of BK's supposed suspect vehicle being caught on surveillance. What a great document. Wow. This had to take forever. SR270. So we'll switch to the Google, because SR270 is the main highway that goes. Right here. So the vehicle is going this way. This is SR270 right here. So this is the south route. So after they left, came down here, and then came down 270 right here is where they were talking about. So the next time it's noticed is at Indian Hills Drive. So that's over here, 793 Indian Hills Drive is the next time it's noticed. And that's at 3:26. No. 33 minutes. So it took 33 minutes. Let me see here. 33 since it was last noticed. Southeast on Nevada Street and Pullman. Whoops. So then it says Southeast Nevada Street and Pullman. So right here is where the location it was tagged, and then it went Stadium Way and then turned on 270 right here, according to the timeline. So it took 33 minutes to get from Washington Building to Indian Hills Drive. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of that, and that. So it's stating, because it's this route right here from the one location to the next location over here. And I'm going to show you why the vehicle wasn't on the gas station surveillance until it was leaving the scene of the crime, not on the way there. I'll show you that. So according to this, it takes 17 minutes to get to that location. And according to the timeline, it took 33. Almost double. Now, the reason that it didn't get caught on the location of the gas station is because right here is the location of the gas station where it was caught on surveillance as it was leaving the scene. The reason it didn't get noticed on the way to the scene is because look at the route right here. Highway 95. It was noticed on A&W Restaurant, Steiner Avenue, Indian Hills Drive. Now, was it a loop around, drive around in the residential area to kill time, maybe turn right, head over here on 95, come back up on 95, then head back over to the crime scene because then you went on Taylor Avenue? And it wasn't sharing it. I apologize about that. I'm loving StreamYard being buggy right now. Sorry about that. I wasn't seeing chat. So here's Washington Building, just real quick. Here's Washington Building. Here's where the next 33 minutes later, 17 minutes for the trip, 33 minutes to get to this location. The reason that it wasn't caught on surveillance from the gas station until it was leaving the crime scene, because look at the route right here. 95, you're going down 95, Steiner Avenue, you're noticed on surveillance here. Now, not to say that they didn't come down Steiner Avenue more, turn down this little side street here and head this way down Pinecone Road and then get caught on surveillance heading west or east. But the reason why it wasn't caught on surveillance of the gas station until it was leaving was because the gas station is right here, this mobile station, and it doesn't fit in the route to get to where they were getting to. They actually turn off of Troy Road before they even get to that gas station to get caught on surveillance. So when they're leaving the crime scene, they're going down Steiner Avenue and then going down Steiner Avenue still, and then that's when they hit the intersection of Steiner and Troy Road, and then that's when they turn heading east at a high rate of speed, caught on surveillance. So let me get back to this document here. Oh. So Willenta Drive, Steiner Avenue, Willenta Drive, Highway 95, all those locations I just showed you. So at 4:04 a.m., suspect vehicle 1 seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road number 52, then driving back westbound on King Road. Then appears to successfully attempt to park and turn around in front of 1122 King Road, then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn, then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. So let me refresh this to get all the locations back up. So this is King Road and Queen Road. King Road and Queen Road right here. So all of that was taking place right there. I'll read it again while I'm showing the map. Suspect vehicle seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, then driving back westbound on King Road, then appears to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in front of 1122 King Road, then continued to the intersection of Queen and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn, then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Then it was seen departing the area of King Road residence at a high rate of speed, which I believe was the surveillance of the property to the top left on the side of the street, because that house is also blurred out when you go to Google Guy on the street. Then the vehicle was seen driving down Walenta right here. Walenta Drive off to the left. Then, the next time it was seen on a camera was in Pullman. So the route they would have taken if they're leaving on Walenta would be up to, let me see here. So they would have went to Walenta, turn left off to Walenta, come around up here, turn right on Nez. But then they were also seen on Taylor Avenue and Linda Lane. That's what doesn't make sense. But when they're leaving the crime, they end up on Steiner, hit Steiner, hit Highway 8, come down. See, the only thing that makes sense to me is that they left the crime scene, came back around but they did drive around for a period of time, because it wasn't until 5:25 until they were seen back in Pullman. So who knows the roads that were taken after that. But they were seen on a surveillance camera at this gas station, the scene of the crime as well. It's a lot to get into. So if you all want to check out this document and help me piece all this together in the future, we'll be going over it again in the future. It's just a lot to think about, a lot to map out, a lot to draw. It's a lot of shit. Thank you, Sleuthy Goosey, for that amazing document. And I'll put the Twitter handle up again. Great video from the last video. There's other videos we'll be checking out in the future too, when it comes to this case. But I'm going to go ahead and shut the show down for the current topic. 4 hours long stream, man. Thanks for hanging out.
No problem.
I'm going to take a little break, eat some food, and then I might be back on doing some games and stuff. So either that or just getting some extra sleep and getting up in the morning and putting in a whole nother day of work with some morning, afternoon streams and evening streams as well, and try and do some new updates to the show too that I need to get to. So you need any help? You got work tomorrow, man?
Only thing I got planned, I'm gonna do a little bit of wood turning on the camera. I want to try to get a couple more videos shot. And other than that, I don't intend to leave home. I just want to be lazy because I gotta be up and out of the house by about between 2 and 3 a.m. Monday morning to try to get a spot at the craft show I'm trying to get in Monday.
Yeah.
So,
well, hell, man, if you get bored, why don't you do a little bit of live streaming from there and tell us about your products? It'd be a great way to have a commercial on your YouTube channel showing off what you can offer. It's already set up. They're really cool looking displays, man. Or maybe just make a little video. You know, hop on StreamYard for a few minutes if it's bored, nobody's coming in. Like a live display. It'd be kind of neat. I'd definitely...
I might actually do that at the show if I've got time. But
that's what I'm saying. At the show while it's all set up, and if nobody's coming in and you're standing there bored, hell, do a 5 or 10 minute video showing your display and kind of talking about a couple things. I think it'd be really neat and a good way to promote all your products too.
yeah, I thought about that today while I was tearing everything down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Granted,
Yeah.
it was
It'd be a
so
good
dead.
commercial.
It was so dead at that show today. I got an hour and a half nap and nobody went through the entire time I was asleep.
That's what I'm saying, man. And then if you have a little short video on your channel, then I can, when we're sitting here bullshitting, I can sit there and play the little video of you talking about all the products that you're selling while they're all displayed. I think it'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out this afternoon, too. That was a decent show and a lot of stuff we got into as well. I'll be doing part 2 of that probably tomorrow. We'll be getting into the rest of that call. A lot
that
of
ticked
stuff.
me off. I fell asleep right
Yeah.
before you started it.
Well, hey, man, if you got to stay up all night, check out the replay, man. It's very interesting shit. We got into some updates in the beginning. Ended the show with something kind of, I don't know. We'll see if it's connected or not, but definitely it's about a 3-hour and something interview with the ant, and we checked out the first about a third of it, and then the next episode is going to be any kind of small updates, which I don't see anything coming out, and then basically the rest of the interview with the ant. So it's been very interesting and tough to listen to, but at the same time, it's stuff that, you know, she wants to say too. So I think it's a good way to promote what she wants to get off her chest. So, whoops, didn't mean to put that up yet, but yeah, I'll let you guys know. I'll put out a little notification, so you probably won't get one if I do get back on, but I might be doing some games here in a little bit or something after I eat some food, but I'm gonna decide after that. After I get the belly full, we'll see what the rest of the body feels like. So if you're going to be up, man, I'll hit you up and see what you're up to. Maybe we'll do some pool or something else, or play some poker or something, man. Power up.
I'm planning on being up till at least another hour or two, but
yeah, I'll hit you up, man. I'll let you know what I'm doing. All right. Good night, everybody. Hope you have a peaceful and positive night, and I'll see you tomorrow double time. Good night, everybody.
Have a good night.